Good evening. Welcome to the October 30th special meeting of the Parks and Community Services Commission meeting. I call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock on the dot. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Commissioner has offered to lead us. Thank you. Please stand.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Ledger. Ms. Fatua, the roll call, please.
Let the record reflect all members are present except for Commissioner Garcia-Arcos and Commissioner Houston.
Great, thank you. Thank you to all of you who have showed up for today's meeting in person. Really appreciate you coming out. And I also want to give a special thanks to the many people who submitted comments via email to us. We really appreciate that and want to hear from you. And tonight is not the last opportunity for you to weigh in on this. So we encourage you to reach out to the city and let us know what you think. Public comment is really important. Public engagement is something that I care very deeply about, and that's actually one of the reasons that the Vice Chair and I wanted to make sure that PAX was able to see the Fairview Park Master Plan. It allowed for one more, hopefully substantial engagement with the master plan with significant public comment. So that mattered to us, your public comment. It also matters to us because it's an opportunity for us parks commissioners to provide our public comment, if you will, in conversation with all of you. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I have just a few opening remarks before we get started with the special business item. My plan for tonight's meeting is this. We will begin with a city presentation by city staff, Director Gruner and Mr. Dalton. Then I'm going to ask each commissioner to limit the initial rounds of questions to just 3 questions each. So I'm thinking high-level questions or detailed questions if you want, but if we could limit it to just 3 for the first round. And that's really because I want to privilege public comment for those of you who are in the audience who might not be able to stay the whole time. We'll start with 3 from us, go to public comment and online, and then we'll come back and do another round of commissioner questions so that you'll be able to get all of your questions out. And then we can go to a discussion amongst the commissioners and make any recommendations. But I just want to take a moment and go back as to why I think it was so important that Fairview Park Master Plan come before the PAX Commission. I think we need to be involved in this for a few reasons. One, Fairview Park is the largest park in Costa Mesa, and it strikes me as significant and important that your park commissioners have an opportunity to weigh in on that directly. We have had a presentation on Fairview Park for our commission, but we have not had an opportunity to weigh in on the master plan, and I think that that's important for responsive government. So let's have a meeting about it. Fairview Park is an opportunity for us to weigh in on what we think Fairview Park can be, as informed by, in part, the Fairview Park Steering Committee. And I do just want to acknowledge the significant work that the committee has done over many years, and that we should pay close attention to their recommendations. I want to also note that that committee was not able to weigh in on this final draft of the master plan. So I have comments around process that I'm going to save for the end of the night. For those of you who don't want to stay the whole night, you can weigh in later. But I do think it's also important as we take into consideration those points from the Fairview Park Steering Committee that we as PACs, as park commissioners, are thinking about the entirety of Costa Mesa. And so Fairview Park is a really important special park. And I know that there is some interest in discussing what we mean by park and whether it's a park or something else. But I think that for us, I would encourage commissioners to think very seriously about what it means to talk about Fairview Park as one park of many in Costa Mesa. There is a larger ecosystem. It's also something that we need to think about in terms of green space. So I just want to put that out there. Two last comments. For those of you who don't know PAX has spent about the last 8 months developing a values document that will guide some of the decision-making that we look forward to doing around the CIP projects in the future. But we have that values document now, and I would encourage us, as we're listening to the presentation tonight and listening to public comment, that we also can draw upon that values document to guide our decisions, our questions. For those in the audience, I believe we have extra copies if you're interested in seeing the values document. And lastly, we will be providing recommendations on this master plan to City Council, right? That's the purpose of this meeting tonight. So I think it's important for us to consider that anything we want to be on the table pertaining to Fairview Park and the master plan be on the table, that's our responsibility as Parks Commissioners. We don't necessarily have to agree on all of it, but this is our opportunity, and an opportunity that we're really adamant for wanting to do that. So this is our opportunity. We talk a lot about what benches go, what places, what trees get planted. This is big picture future of the largest park in Costa Mesa, so it's our opportunity to weigh in. Those are my thoughts. At this point, I will hand the discussion over to Director Gruner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Commissioners and community members. As you already have heard, so tonight we're going to be discussing the draft Fairview Park Master Plan update. The department is very pleased to be presenting this to the Commission and to the community. It's something that's been in the works for a very long time, and we're certainly glad that we can, present this here tonight. I will hand it over to our Fairview Park Administrator, Kelly Dalton, and I will go ahead and introduce our consultant, Travis Brooks from Land IQ, who will be going through the presentation for you.
Thank you, Director Gruner, and thank you, Commissioners, for allowing us to present this item this evening. Tonight we have before you a project that's really been a work in progress for over 5 years, starting with our former Fairview Park Administrator and the funding that was received in 2019 and leading us through the last several years of very active engagement with the community and working with the consultant team on developing this draft. As you know, the draft was released on October 3rd, so we've had that online for public review for about 4 weeks. And so with that, we'll move into the presentation. In terms of our outline today, we're going to go through the project background, do our best to summarize a multi-year and large volume document, summarize the Fairview Park site as a whole, go into the key findings from the technical investigations, the site evaluations, and the community outreach process. Then we will be summarizing the community feedback received, some of the themes, as well as the effort put into the community engagement process. Then we'll move into recommendations, and finally, questions for the Commission. So in terms of project background and the site background, the city purchased the Fairview Park site from the County of Orange in 1986. It took about a decade, a little longer, to develop the original Fairview Park Master Plan, which was adopted in 1998. The last revision to that update or that master plan was actually in 2008 when an updated biological survey was completed. In 2016, the community organized and passed ballot measure AA, which was then codified into the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. In 2019 and 2020, the capital improvement budget, the City Council allocated funding in the budget for the master plan update project. And in 2023, after a couple years of working on the scope of work with the community and with a number of community stakeholders, the consultant contract was awarded by the City Council to MIG for the Fairview Park Master Plan update. Some of the identified objectives and goals and really the purpose of the entire Master Plan update project was identified as to restore and preserve the park as an environmental resource, to manage the park as a passive recreational asset and educational resource, to recognize completed improvements, completed restoration, which has been quite a significant effort over the last 25 years, as well as to identify ongoing needs into the future. Another important purpose was to engage the local community in planning this park. As you mentioned, Commissioner, this is the largest park, and it's a very prized and cherished asset for the community and very actively used. And so we want to engage the community and really participating in all park projects, including this one, of course. As well, in addition to engaging in the community, we were asked to identify or update existing conditions reports, integrate regulatory updates, and prepare environmental documentation, in this case, which will be anticipated to be an initial study and a negative declaration, as well as utilizing current technology and tools to support informed, sustainable park management. As you know, it's been 25 years since the original master plan, so there's been quite a bit of new information, new tools to allow us to manage this site more effectively and efficiently. With that, I'm going to go ahead and hand the remaining slides over to Travis Brooks, our consultant, and we will move forward with that.
Hi, again, Travis. I'm a restoration ecologist with Land IQ, so I'll be representing the MIG team today. Yeah, it's a big park, right? It's 208 acres, and it's really a natural and cultural treasure within the city. It's unique regionally as well, having the features that it does. This park has undergone various transformations and human disturbances throughout its history. Still, its resilience shines through a testament to the dedicated efforts of the community, which has worked to preserve its unique ecology and character. The city aims to continue this preservation through the master plan update, building on previous revisions, including 2002, and the last update, as Kelly mentioned, in 2008. This initiative seeks to protect, preserve, restore, and enhance the park's invaluable natural and cultural assets, ensuring it remains a welcoming and thriving resource for the future. Fairview Park plays a crucial role as a vital link in the ecological corridor that connects publicly owned and protected natural lands, such as the Talbert Nature Preserve, right next to the park, Randall Preserve, and the Huntington Beach wetlands. This is an example of one of the technical products that we produced for the update. This is an updated vegetation map that conforms to the state standards. And the park has a diverse array of plant communities, including coastal bluff scrub, coastal sage scrub, native flower fields, wetlands, riparian forests, and vernal pools. Features like the coastal bluff scrub and the vernal pools and the vernal pool watershed are extremely rare. It's sort of analogous to the loss that we've had of our coastal wetlands. These habitats really don't exist anymore in Southern California, and certainly they're very rare in Orange County. Fairview Park is, as I mentioned, a regionally significant biodiversity hotspot. It supports 197 plant species, including 10 rare species, 18 vegetation alliances, or vegetation types, as you saw in the previous map, and critical habitat for protected wildlife species such as Least-Bell's vireo, coastal California gnatcatcher, burrowing owl, and Crotch's bumblebee. Its federally protected vernal pools sustain San Diego and Riverside fairy shrimp and 8 rare vernal pool plants, while over 220 bird species and 20 butterfly species really underscore its importance as a vital wildlife corridor in Southern California. And thinking back to that slide that you saw, that ecological corridor, many of these species don't just rely upon the park, but rely upon that sort of continuity of open space and resources. So it's not just about Fairview Park, it's about all of it together. So you lose one thing, it's not going to just impact habitat quality in the park, but really, this local ecosystem that extends all the way to the coastal corridor. The vernal pool complex at Fairview Park holds significant importance as it's one of the last remaining in Orange County. This unique habitat is home to 2 federally protected and endangered species. Again, the Riverside and San Diego fairy shrimp. They're an integral part of the local ecosystem, contributing to the biodiversity of the region. Their presence highlights the need for continued conservation efforts to ensure the survival of these species and the preservation of the sensitive habitat that they depend upon. Additionally, the park holds immense cultural significance, as evidenced by the presence of 2 federally registered archaeological sites, documenting an indigenous village use site that spans to at least 1500 BC. Fairview Park lies within the shared ancestral lands of the Gabrielino, Tongva, and Waneno Achamen nations, with its cultural landscape connecting several pre-colonial villages along the Santa Ana River and the Southern California coast. The basis for the master plan update recommendations that we're going to go into overview here in a second, and is in the document that everybody has access to, is first these updated technical studies of the biological and cultural resources. Second, it's the extensive public engagement process. And third, a review of the regulatory requirements and other legal obligations, including some of the mitigation sites that have conservation easements that have been placed on it in the park. So these are the summary of the key findings from the technical studies. First, findings from the technical investigations really serve as a valuable tool for informed decision-making. So it's not just opinions based on science and fact. Two, the park includes critical habitat for protected wildlife and is a biodiversity hotspot in Orange County. Third, the entire park is extremely sensitive indigenous people cultural area with 2 nationally registered historic sites requiring priority protection. Next, Fairview Park offers 7 miles of passive recreational trails around these unique ecological and cultural areas. And that much trail system is very, very high for any park that has similar amenities anywhere in Orange County and really regionally. So as it exists now with the approved trails, we're not counting all of the unapproved informal trails that are formed where people go off trail. There's a high amount of public access for recreation. Next, human activities threaten sensitive biological and cultural resources and require protection. So that's mitigation efforts, management like fencing, the timing of programming, all of those things serve to protect those resources. And then 6, Fairview Park's biological, cultural, and paleontological resources are protected under a comprehensive framework at multiple levels, federal, state, and local. Fairview Park offers a mix of natural open spaces, recreational amenities, and unique attractions for passive recreation and community use. That extensive network of walking and biking trails I mentioned, 7 miles of it, connects visitors to other recreational areas like Talbert and diverse landscapes while supporting infrastructure like pedestrian bridges, benches, picnic tables, restrooms, and signage that provides accessibility and comfort. 2 unique facilities operated in partnership with nonprofit organizations in the park include the Narrow Gauge Miniature Railroad, which serves for educational and recreational experiences, and the Model Glider Flying Club for hobbyists. And about 13 acres of manicured lawn provide traditional park amenities within this predominantly natural setting, really providing a measure of balance between nature and recreation for visitors. Next, we just want to highlight the community outreach that's happened, most of which happened in 2003 and 2004, and it's continuing this year with additional council and PAX meetings. There was a June 2003 Fairview Park Steering Committee meeting, an August 2023 Community Workshop number 1. In October of that year, there was both a Fairview Park Steering Committee meeting and a Tribal Advisory Group site visit with representatives of the indigenous people. In June of 2024, there was the PAX Commission meeting. We're back here again. And then in July of last year, another Fairview Park Steering Committee meeting. In September of 2024, we had the second community workshop. Here we're summarizing some key findings from community feedback. First, there's support for educating the public to protect the sensitive biological and cultural resources. There's strong support for that. Most of these, there's near consensus. Support for consolidating and maintaining well-defined trails. Support for science-based protection of the unique habitats in the park, especially the vernal pool complexes, and support for protection of cultural resources. There was feedback that highlighted the need for staff presence, perhaps rangers, to help enforce some of the programming and appropriate uses of the park. There was a request for more ADA accessible furnishings, additional waste receptacles, and trail improvements. And then fifth, while some stakeholders really desire to continue the use of BMX trails, dirt bike mounds, and glider model aircraft activities, there was many others also expressed concern over the impact of those activities, especially on the mesa part of the park, on biological and cultural resources. These conflicting viewpoints were carefully considered in the context of regulatory constraints for the protection of endangered species and the city's stewardship goals as stated in the master plan update. All right, so next, this is at a high level. There's more detailed recommendations in the body of the document, but at a high level, here's a summary of the master plan update recommendations. First, recognize and protect the park as a unified tribal cultural landscape. Second, prevent further damage to cultural resources through site management. That includes things like trail improvements to prevent erosion. Honor tribal stewardship and ensure respectful handling of cultural materials that are still there in place in situ. Reduce erosion, unauthorized trails and impacts from pedestrian, bicycle, and off-trail activity, and protect archaeological sites from unauthorized collection or disturbance. And we continue. Strong consensus for restoring and enhancing habitat. There was a request to establish a clear defined trail system, not to reduce that 7 miles of access that already exists, but really define those and tell the public how to use the existing trail system and close all the informal trails that can lead to degradation. 7, enhance public amenities and accessibility. And 8, manage recreational impacts. And with that, thank you for listening. I'm going to pass it back to Kelly, and he's going to go over some additional considerations.
Thank you, Travis. So we wanted to clarify some of the feedback that we have received. Importantly, we did receive correspondence in late September from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They identified a few issues pertaining to Fairview Park, including 2 issues that tied directly into the Fairview Park master plan. 2 of those items were the fly field relocation. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife recommended that we remove the activity from its current location, or relocate it, I should say, due to concerns over impacts to state protected resources. We have burrowing owls that overwinter in the very near vicinity of the current activity area. So there's concern over potential unauthorized take, which involves take under the California Endangered Species Act. We currently do not have permitting to authorize take, so that was one consideration, as well as Crotch's bumblebee and the other various federally and state protected resources, as well as just sensitive vegetation that can be impacted that would deter wildlife from being able to utilize the area. Another item mentioned in the letter is the park regulations enforcement. The department sort of reiterated some of the public comment feedback that requesting additional and dedicated enforcement to ensure that park patrons comply with park rules and regulations, particularly as they pertain to potential impacts to state protected resources. In addition to that, we wanted to share that in your attachment today, we have the Fairview Park Steering Committee recommendations. That is attachment 2. These were originally developed and really workshopped over a couple months period, but in the July 2024 and October 2024 meetings, the committee went through a very deliberate and careful development of these recommendations. They were originally, some of these recommendations were started out as a consultant and project team recommendation, and the committee had an opportunity to review, discuss, and make modifications to those recommendations, which are before you today. Another item that we discussed at our recent Fairview Park Steering Committee meeting on October 15th was to allow the decision makers and the city council to have a matrix to understand the different advisory bodies that have weighed in on this and what their recommendations were specifically. So that recommendation matrix should have been printed for you today, and we can make this document available following the meeting so it can be seen by the public. Importantly, just in terms of how you can interpret this, the fourth column, the location reference in the October 2025 draft, that helps to direct you where those specific recommendations show up. There could be additional locations where some of these recommendations are apparent, but these are the primary ones. And then the last column on the far right is really asking the question, is this recommendation present in the standing or existing master plan, which was last revised in 2008. So as you'll see if you've had some time to review the draft and juxtapose that with the 2008 version, the old plan, many of these things are either reiterated or clarified or sort of re-emphasize recommendations that were already in the standing plan, as well as the environmental documentation back in the 1998 original master plan. This rendering is really to show a vision for the future of the Fairview Park Mesa. You'll notice we do have some aerials that we've shared in previous Fairview Park Steering Committee meetings and earlier to this commission that they will have a subtle difference in what's shown here, but as you can see, there's a few key differences that really show the navigation through the middle of the mesa, that's carefully designed in a way that doesn't result in 3 or 4 sort of redundant or duplicate trails that lead to the same place. I'd also like to just share for reference that some of the east-west lines that you wouldn't see in this exhibit, but some of those are actually from the archaeological digs that were done throughout the mesa in 1993 that were really unrestored and not fully restored after those digs were performed. So this vision is what the long-standing plan that's been identified in the original master plan to restore the vernal pool watershed, restore the vernal pools, and to promote the successful recovery of endangered species in that area. Additionally, you'll notice a well-defined trail in the canyon. Currently, there is a sort of social trail that has been used, and there's a couple other unauthorized trails that have formed. This would really allow a designated route to go through that canyon. It would be a trail that we maintained. It would be inspected, to meet the city's standards. Whoops. And then, of course, the main trail in our foreground, the paved maintenance path that goes down into the lower lowlands. In terms of next steps for the Fairview Park Master Plan update and leading us through the final, adoption, we are currently in the 30-day public review period that will be ongoing. We have the presentation to City Council, which is currently scheduled for November 18th. Following that meeting, we would get direction from the City Council, have a stable project description, and then we would prepare the CEQA documentation based on that draft. The current level of analysis anticipated and really scoped for the original project was an initial study, a negative declaration. Now, if there are other new impacts or additional environmental impacts that were not accounted for in the original scope, that could be escalated to something higher, such as an environmental impact report that would take much more time and funding requirements. Following that, we will have an additional 30-day CEQA public review period, which is more of the formal comment period that agencies typically will weigh in, because it's right now the report is available for public review, but the CEQA public review period is when we would expect to receive more written comments from all the state agencies and federal agencies that have resources under their purview. Lastly, we would be anticipating an adoption meeting sometime in early 2026 following the end of the CEQA review period. So with that, we'll bring us back to the staff recommendation in your report this evening, which is to review and discuss Attachment 1, the draft Fairview Park Master Plan update prepared by consultant MIG, and 2, to develop and adopt Parks and Community Services Commission recommendations based on the Fairview Park Steering Committee's recommendations, which are in Attachment 2. With that, we will allow the Commission to address any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dalton and Mr. Brooks. Before I hand this over to commissioners for our high-level questions, I'm going to limit us to 3 questions so then we can get public input. I just want to take a moment and acknowledge the really amazing work that Mr. Dalton has been doing over years. So I just want to say kudos to you. I know there are a lot of different opinions about what we want to see in the master plan. It's a complicated process. I can only imagine to shepherd this through. So I just want to acknowledge you and your work on this. So thank you. Okay, this is our opportunity to ask questions. Commissioner Dorn Parker, do you want to go first?
I'm going to wait because I have a lot of detailed questions and I want to make sure that the public, both present and online, have their opportunity before I dive in. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kamala, we'll go to you. And it's also, especially based upon the public comment that we've received, there are a lot of questions that I think we all have. So if you have them, it might actually help with some of the public comment too. Commissioner Kamala.
I'll also hold my questions for now. I'll go straight to the public. So, because we're here to hear your input. So,
Commissioner Ledger.
So I know we are all thinking the same now, but I did have one question and I want to save the rest. And that is, when you did the community outreach, were many people aware of the tribal cultural areas? I'm just curious because I, growing up, knew someone who lived at the edge, back when we just called it the Bluffs, who was an archaeologist who used to love to teach us all about it when we were teens trying to just sneak in there. So are other citizens aware of this?
Yes, it was part of all of the presentations that we shared. It's a fascinating site and it has a lot of really rich history as well as cultural history. So we couldn't always go into as much detail as we would like, but yes, it was part of those presentations that we shared with the community.
Vice Chair Wright.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. I think I would love to hear, could you educate us a little bit on Measure AA and any implications of triggering it that you would anticipate, or your sort of rebuttal to it not being triggered would be helpful.
So Measure AA, it's in our municipal code and it's several pages of text, but to summarize it in the context of the master plan update, if there was a specific proposed improvement in the master plan that's not currently constructed and doesn't meet one of the exempt criteria, which is maintenance, preservation, restoration, and public safety, then it would potentially require a Measure AA vote and taking that to the public. The details of the project and all those things would have to be, we would get a final recommendation or finally a final report from our city attorney to provide an official determination, but that's sort of a general, my take on Measure AA in the context of the master plan.
Would you say the goal is to avoid triggering Measure AA?
In terms of funding, expediency, just likelihood of actually completing something, yes, anything that doesn't have to go through more hurdles. It's costly and it's expensive and it's very time intensive as well for the city to do that lift of taking something to a public vote. So certainly, projects that don't have that requirement would be more readily implementable, if that makes sense, and desirable to really use funding efficiently and quickly and accomplish projects in the master plan.
Can I add to that?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so I'll just add, just on behalf of the team, we're mindful of that. And as you said in the matrix, almost all of the recommendations are in line and refinements with additional knowledge of what's already been discussed in previous master plan revisions and updates, as well as the original. So from our view and from everything that we've learned from talking to staff, we don't expect anything in the master plan document to trigger AA. Anything that's done is actually giving a net gain to the habitat quality, to the recreational value, without constructing new things that are above and beyond what's already on site. So I think anybody making an argument to the contrary would have to really prove that out, because I don't think that's anybody who's looked at it really feels like that's what the master plan would trigger AA.
Yeah, I think a few people would disagree with that in regards to moving the fly field, but we'll hear from them later. I think my last question, since I've asked two, would be, I was really surprised that concerts in the park weren't mentioned in the plan, especially since we're talking about uses that have been grandfathered in or potentially like reducing the impact of uses. So where does concerts in the park fit in this conversation and in this plan?
Yes, that's a good question. A master plan in general doesn't always identify every individual use, so there could be something like the concerts. We didn't put that in the master plan. It's something that is probably worthy of identifying and putting some language in there that it is a historical use. I actually thought we relayed that to Jenny previously, but it may have not made its way into the published draft, unfortunately. But in terms of like a master plan, generally, it's usually for proposed improvements, changes, development of a site versus something like the lawn or the concerts that currently take place in the lawn space. So that it's a historical use, but we don't really need to make any physical changes to the site that need to be reflected in the master plan to necessitate it being in the master plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I understand that angle. It's just hard to not think about that use. We had a end of summer presentation, and 5,000 people go to the concerts in the park every week in July. So when we're talking about other uses that I don't even think touch the surface of how many people come to parks, and even the public comments that we got about the concerts in the park, I think I'd like to see it mentioned in the master plan. I think it's true to the identity of the park for so many people. And yeah, I think that's a big part of what tonight is about, right? Is the identity of the park. So I'm looking forward to future conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will use my 3 questions. One question is, so when the discussions around moving the fly field and the fill to the east side happened, what did the engagement process with those folks already on the east side, in particular the trains, what did that engagement look like? Is everybody on board with this recommendation?
Yes, we have had discussion. We have a really great working relationship with OCME and Hank Castagnetti. We deal with him, and it's a very much an open dialogue with any needs that OCME may have, as well as issues that the city may have with proposals on the east side. We did share that that's under consideration for the east side. The OCME doesn't have, their position was, I'll try to summarize, generally that they don't have a skin in the game. They don't want to be adversely impacted, of course, and we want to make sure if that proposal was the ultimate direction, that we would not adversely impact any of OCME's activities, that we would do it in a way that's coordinated around definitely their run days and their large gatherings with large volumes of people that show up on the east side. It would be a potential scheduling arrangement that we'd have to work out between the two groups if the glider activity were to be relocated, but we believe that it could be done in a way that doesn't that it still works for both groups. It's more of a scheduling arrangement than anything.
Thank you. also curious, passive is a word that's used a lot in the document, passive use. Can you define what passive use means? Because there's actually some different definitions depending upon where I look.
It's a great observation and something even I've observed myself. I think different resources may have different definitions of passive use. I think the Costa Mesa community's definition of passive use with this site has been identified as passing through a site versus, stopping and engaging in a specific activity at a specific location. So versus sort of passive, playing a sport at a specific location, you need to go there and you occupy it for a period of time. That's more of an active use. Whereas a runner passing through the park, we consider a passive use because they're sort of passing through, as well as biking and dog walking and jogging and hiking and those kinds of things.
Did you want to weigh in? Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to put this in the historic context. The reason that unnatural fill that has construction material that was placed on the mesa was at one point in the beginning, there was interest in turning it into an active park. It was going to be developed. So they were actually trying to cap those archaeological resources. Unfortunately, the wrong type of material was put on there, and the materials that's there now does not protect the archaeological resources and obviously negatively affects the vernal pool system, the complex. But that's, I think, when the community thinks about active versus passive, that's what they're thinking about, this historical fight to keep it a natural area and not develop it with ballparks and such.
I think a definition around passive would be important to add to this plan too, just so that people are clear what we're talking about. And then my last question, and then it's your turn, is this is kind of tangential to the questions we've asked right now, but what happens, what are the benefits for the city? And I'm thinking a variety of benefits, including financial, if Fairview Park moves more in the direction of a preserve than a park, just hypothetically. What do those resources for the city look like? And resources aren't just financial, but.
If you move in the direction of calling it a preserve, it recognizes the ecological and cultural value of the site. And in that way, it's communicating to the public how they should frame their use of it, how they approach it, and the type of programming that would be appropriate for recreational activities in the park. So I think by calling it a preserve, it pushes you in that direction, as opposed to thinking of it as a park that can accommodate all of the type of uses that we have in a traditional manicured park, where we might have ball fields and a skate park and things like that. And those just really are at odds with the ecological and cultural value of the site. So that would be a reason to move it towards a preserve. Also, by doing that, then, and you start moving the programming in that direction, you reduce the conflicts with the state and the federal wildlife agencies. And that tension and past violations that the city has caused by impacting vernal pools, I think is in part due to that framing of it as, any other park. It's a big park, we can do a lot of things here, but not recognizing the value of those resources, the protected resources, is sort of a danger for the city to not consider it as such. You've already had substantial investment brought into the park from OCTA's Measure M funds to do the riparian and pond system, which has brought in Leisbell's vireo, a species that's on the brink of extinction, but now has additional habitat and nesting habitat in the park, and sort of recreating the natural systems that would have been in the floodplain before the Santa Ana River got channelized. So these sort of themes, there's opportunities for bringing in funding, if you want to look at it from funding, to be able to do mitigation, to get Wildlife Conservation Board grants. I mean, the type of habitat you have is prime. The state is always looking for opportunities to fund wetland restoration in Southern California, because there's not many. There's lots of rivers to undam and things like that in Central and Northern California, but there's a lot of money, and they're always encouraging preserve managers, reserve systems to apply for those funds And by moving in that direction, the city could be eligible to apply for those type of funds as well.
Thank you. Okay, it's your turn. I'm going to turn on the mics. Everyone in the chambers who would like to make a comment, feel free to go to either the left or the right. We'll start with everybody in the chambers first, and then we will move online. Sir, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Chair Brown, can we just also add the time frame of 3 minutes to?
We're sticking with our 3-minute comment rule.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I come to you representing our 308 members of the Orange County Model Engineers. I'm President Josh Gessman. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I love that you're taking such an interest in Fairview Park. On the east side, or the 40 acres that OCME sort of inhabits and has taken on as sort of caregiver and everything else, we love the park. We want to see the natural beauty continue to return. And as the master plan suggests, the members of OCME are already semi-docents in a way, right? We love to show our guests, and almost 42,000 guests last year and about that many this year, what the park is like, what the animals are like, what changes we can see and just sort of do that. The master plan recommends that OCME can also be docents on those trains whenever we take our guests around, and we love to do that in a controlled area. So one is we're 100% behind that. For the most part, we're behind the master plan and the draft and the way it goes. The only thing I would like to point out is, as Kelly Dalton pointed out, and I think correctly, is that we would like to be involved in any decisions that happen on the east side. Yes, informal discussions have happened. We're generally aware of what is going on, but at no point have we sat down with HSS or the city to really sort of figure out exactly what that looks like. And there are access things to work with, just the access to that side of the park, the bathrooms, just different things that sort of go on, and the run days that happen. Currently, OCME is financially responsible for taking care of those amenities, which we're happy to do. It's not an issue, but it's something that we just need to work. So my only suggestion to all of you is that ensure that something like that takes place. That way we can move forward with it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hi. My name is Nick. I'm in the 7th grade. I was reading through the public comments, and I saw something that said, it's the small group of hobbyists already have other locations within 22 miles. It concerned me because neither me or my friends can ride my bike 22 miles. And me and my friend also give teaching flights to the people who come by. And the west side is also better because there's more people who come by. I do not support the current draft master plan, and I ask you not to endorse it. And if we would move to the east side, we have to build something. So wouldn't that kind of trigger Measure AA? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Marcus Jelnick, and I'm in 7th grade. I'm a member of HSS. I enjoy HSS because I get to learn engineering skills I can use the rest of my life. I like to ride my bike with my friends to the park and fly model airplanes. HSS has taught me how to build my own model airplane. I look forward to meet up, so please do not take this experience away from me. That is why I do not support the draft Fairview Park Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. Hank Castignetti, Orange County Model Engineers. I am currently their treasurer, and I also sit on the Fairview Park Steering Committee as the OCME liaison. I'd just like to point out, our president stole most of my thunder, so I would like to point out that in 2018, I had a meeting with the then president of the Fly Club at the station. at the request of Cynthia D'Agosta in an attempt to offer what we thought might be a good fly field for them. So we've had our arms stretched out to the Flyers for 7 years. And the offer has always stood. We never got into any details, and we discussed at that time, that there are a lot of details. The devil is in the details. Use of the restrooms, the station. When would they be allowed to fly? I mean, if we've got 3,000 or 4,000 people over there on a weekend, it might not be all that prudent to have planes flying over their heads. And also, we've been custodians of the parking lot and basically our 40 acres on the east side. So all I'm going to ask is that OCME be included in any future discussions. It's not that we don't have a dog in this fight. The issue is between the Flyers and the regulatory agencies and the city. We don't own anything over there. We don't own a rock. We don't own a blade of grass. We built the station and the restrooms. We don't own them. They belong to the city. So whatever the city wants to do, we'll work with them. We just want to be included and so that we have a voice at the table. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dan Vazanalik. First off, I wanted to thank everybody here for taking the time to consider everything about Fairview Park. It's definitely a huge asset to our city. I grew up near, right off the Pacific near Fairview Park and used to fly planes as a kid, and my son still flies planes. And I'm a member of HSS now. I do not support the current draft of the master plan. I do believe there's a number of issues. Mr. Dalton mentioned a number of things that we could do that wouldn't trigger Measure AA, restoration, maintenance, and our consultant, I guess, mentioned things that would, right? Anything that's not existing, a structure. So I think the idea of moving HSS to the east side is not genuine. I don't think that we can actually do that given Measure AA. We already have established facilities at the current location that we've been at for 61 years. The gentleman from OCMA mentioned, traffic and people. We're currently limited to 2 fly days a month. That's assuming there's no water or moisture in the vernal pool. So in a month or so when rains come, we won't be able to fly. If it's too windy, not a restriction placed on us by the city, but our planes don't fly when it's too windy. So there's not very many days we get to fly as is. It'd be on the weekends, and there would be considerable, conflicts potentially with another group if they've got so many people. So I want you guys to consider that. The HSS as a group, we do a lot to help support this community. You heard from 2 young men that spend every Saturday they can going out there and bringing friends out there, and it's an important part to a bunch of these kids' lives. The last thing I'd like to sort of touch on is the east side. Take away the potential development issues and all of that. The flight area, and the reason why for the last 7 years or longer we haven't been able to make something work there is it doesn't have the same thermal activity that we have on the other side. It's a much more confined space compared to where we currently are and where we've been for 61 years. So the east side, although it may look, as a viable location, you plop a runway down there, grade it, you add parking, you add power and all this stuff that doesn't exist currently, and then you have a fly field. You really don't. You don't have something that works for what we do, right, and what we love. So I just want you guys to consider that. And last thing I'd say is parks make life better, and this is a park, right? I love the nature and I love what's there, but we've been there for 61 years and coexisted with the vernal pools. If there's mitigation methods that we can do to help coexist better, we're happy to consider those. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Michael August. I'm part of OCME and the Vice President of Facilities for the group. I just want to reiterate a lot of what Josh and Hank said there. Is we're for the current master plan, mainly just in talks with HSS possibly coming over about being involved in those so we can come to an amenable solution on that side of it. But the members of the train club really love playing the parts of the docents and care for that park. We have every month between 3,500 and 4,000 public rides that we give. And a lot of that is during those rides are discussions about, you know, what this is and what it is and what the current state of the park is and what is that bird and what is that animal? Oh, look, there's a coyote, you know, stuff like that. And we really love supporting that. So I just wanted to give that all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Kari Nieblis-Vozenelik, and I'm here to say that I do not support the current draft of the plan. And the summary reason for it is because the people in Costa Mesa need a place to meet and to move and to play. They need a place for active recreation and for the educational opportunities that you get when you can have groups, have activities, and have something in addition to nature in the park, in an area where kids can access the park and the community can enjoy it. I think the existing activities should be able to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Commission. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. First, I've left you a letter that is part of my record for the draft plan comments. So it's included with your stuff, but it's for the draft plan comment section. But speaking of a plan is really a roadmap of how you're going to go about getting something accomplished and doing and how you do it. As such, it should be specific, make recommendations for future actions to be taken that enhance the desired end of those goals. So you plan to where you're going to go and you work it out. I missed some of the logic in this plan, and in specific, a couple of areas. One is the goals of this plan is to preserve, restore, and protect the natural importance of this park. Page 12 of the plan itself states that. Why is there no mention of a change in the park name to a more appropriate and goal-supporting name to send a clear message to the community as to the values and potentials of this park? If the plan's goal is to maximize the natural assets of this park, why not make it clear that it is the intent? A name change, such as Fairview Nature Park, Fairview Preserve, Nature Preserve, or any other such combinations to make that clear, specifically allows the public to see what the scope and determination of the activities outlined in the plan are. So I would recommend a name change be included. And we've been told before that name change is the act of the council. Well, this plan's an act of the council too. So let's be real. A goal is a goal. Another such logic is why to keep the play field in Fairview Park? That logic being that, as we just heard, they've been there for 61 years. Well, the city of Flint, Michigan was putting water into the city for city use for hundreds of years in lead pipes. They've removed all those lead pipes because they damaged the city. Why not keep the lead pipes and find another solution to the damage they're causing? Gee whiz. So the sense of keeping the fly field in place doesn't make sense. Every authority on the effects of model airplane flying and glider flying have been absolutely clear. That activity has no place around sensitive and endangered flora and fauna and causes damage the same. The real logic is to remove the damaging activity and to repair and preserve that which has been damaged. Even on a risk-benefit analysis, airplane flying in Fairview Park cannot and should not be supported. Lastly,
And you've reached your 3 minutes.
make sure you
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. Yes, welcome.
Okay. Hello, my name is Dacry Shear, and I'm a Costa Mesa mom. I have been enjoying Fairview Park my whole life. My kids have enjoyed Fairview Park as well. I have a 12-year-old son who's at theater practice right now, and he has participated in the HSS events. And when I started learning about what's been going on with this master plan, I asked the kids, I said, what happens if a glider falls in an area that's enclosed, that's a sensitive area? And they're like, oh, we have to call a ranger. A ranger comes and helps us. And I was like, but what if someone doesn't want to do that and doesn't want to wait? Do they just go over the fence? And they all looked at me like I was totally crazy. And they're like, no, a ranger has to take care of it. This really made me start thinking that I think the solution to this is better education, because I know that HSS educates our kids when they're with them and other people about being mindful of your environment, taking care of the environment, and those lessons are actually going to protect Fairview Park. So I vote more education, less fences, and I know that HSS is really working towards those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome. Good evening.
Is the mic on? All right. Chair Dr. Brown, Vice Chair Wright, and Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Adam Arith. I am owner of Arith Environmental, which is an environmental consulting firm based right out here in Costa Mesa, setting the environmental standards for the entertainment industry, of all things. Up until January of this year, as you recall, I served as chair of the Costa Mesa Planning Commission, so zoning codes, ordinances, all that are pretty familiar. If I cited all of the material that accompanies what you're considering tonight, it would take hours to do. So I'm just going to focus in on AA and highlight some sections that I think are worth looking into as you deliberate. Starting on page 1 in the full text, if you go down to item 6, you'll see that glider flying is an acceptable use that was passed by the voters. It's actually enshrined in the ballot measure, as I'm sure you know. If you go down to number 10, any changes, which are then further described later on in the ballot measure, are going to require voter approval. So let's drill down a little bit on those definitions. Section 2B gives citizens of Costa Mesa a voice in determining whether the development of a project beyond the as-built condition, the current condition, is something that they want to pass or deny. So in considering a move of the fly field, that could be defined as an actual form of construction that would require voter approval. So just for your own knowledge. Subsection D of section 2, ensure that the citizens of Costa Mesa receive all necessary and accurate environmental and related information. Again, boilerplate language for further voter approval. When you go down to section 3, what defines significant change is an expansion of current amenities, which I believe this would fall under, as would building permanent structures, which if you're familiar with the fly field and how they actually take off, it has to be set into the ground, or there may be some other definition or way of launching their gliders. If you move on to B, in terms of what is considered as-built condition, it means the amenities and alterations that have been built in Fairview Park as of the effective date of this ordinance being passed. We could drill down a little bit more, but I think with the 20 seconds that I have, it doesn't occur to me that state and federal legislation is shutting down the fly field anytime soon. There's been no firm determination in that regard. And I fear that if you take the initiative to move the fly field and trigger AA, it could be considered a take, and it wouldn't indemnify.
Thank you. Yes, sir, welcome.
Hello, my name is Jacob Underwood. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa for 30 years. When I first moved to this city, I actually went to Fairview Park and saw people flying and joined it, and I think it's an amazing hobby. It's very, as far as impacts go, you're flying a glider in the wind, there's no sound. It's as far as impacts, I feel like it's as minimal as something like that could be. I think we need to find a balance between the citizens' use of that space because it's so limited in this area. I am an environmentalist, and I feel that there can be some way to mitigate those activities and find a happy medium so the residents can enjoy that space, continue to have concerts in the park, keep what's there, and we are stewards as well. We want to protect our ability to utilize that area, and I really think we can find a way to preserve and the space and make sure that we can utilize that in a way that's beneficial for the residents of Costa Mesa. I think that's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Angeli Andrade Vallarta. I have the honor to have been a past Parks Commissioner and now Planning Commissioner, so I've had quite an opportunity to dive deep into this work and participated in many of the community activities. So this is really hard to put together because I feel like I'm repeating everything that the MIG experts said, but this site is a natural and cultural treasure, a biological hotspot with federally protected vernal pools dating back to 1500 BC. The ecological and historical value is truly irreplaceable, and as such, the city is responsible for protecting that. Human activity and programming and the timing of it deeply matter here. Hearing about the recent September notices, federal notices that were issued to remove and relocate due to the environmental impact, because it directly conflicts with fish and wildlife protection and the city's own restoration plan. So it should be a priority, right? We should be fiscally responsible. We invested, I'm sure, quite a bit in having experts like MIG come in and support us in making this decision and helping us navigate this new master plan. We have hired a wonderful park administrator with Mr. Kelly Dalton. I think that last photo that he had was the most powerful in his presentation because that's the only kind of flying we should be seeing at this park. I've had the honor in participating in the educational opportunities that Fairview Park Alliance does in the restoration with my own kid and learning about the different plants and resources and animals that are there. Taking the bird watching tours with the Corridor Alliance or Randall's Preserve, which was a beautiful opportunity to also connect with my neighbors and people that I probably wouldn't have seen otherwise. So again, so while this past recreation has been approved in the past, we acknowledge that, but we need to also admit that they directly conflict with the expert and community feedback that we have received. Designating this area, as the chairwoman recommends, as a preserve is the most responsible path forward. It opens up non-city funding to continue to protect and preserve this unique treasure. This can be our own Newport Back Bay. So let's protect this invaluable asset for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Costello. I was a past president of HSS 5 years ago. In that capacity, I wrote to the biologist for the Sea and Sage Audubon, Scott Thomas, and asked for his input on how we could most our best use our commingling with the birds. He suggested not elimination of flying, but just give the birds some time off. He said, we used to have unlimited 365 days a year, dawn to dusk. He suggested from 2 hours after sunrise to 2 hours before sunset and give them a couple days off a week. So instead of 2 days a month for 4 hours a day, to give the birds 2 days off. And he said that would be all we asked for. So I'm not sure why we need to go beyond his recommendation. He's the biologist for Sea and Sage Audubon. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Cynthia McDonald. I'm a Costa Mesa resident. I'm an officer of Costa Mesa First. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I sent a letter earlier today with our comments. There was an Exhibit C to that letter. I want you to look at that. I want you to look at those photos. The flying field does not end where that little patch of dirt is. It goes way beyond that. The cable system goes through the grass, and then you have to retrieve the planes that don't launch correctly. So they're going into the vernal pool to retrieve planes, and you can see that path in those photos. There's a lot of confusion with the public about your role and the draft master plan update tonight. You're going to be reviewing the draft update and making recommendations. We're not adopting it. Final adoption will happen later. The update does not eliminate existing uses like trails, open play areas, the model trains, or community events. However, letters from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service show the fly field's current location in the vernal pool watershed is harming habitat. Relocating it outside the park complies with state and federal law and our expert guidance. There's no plan to completely fence off the park. Any fencing will protect sensitive areas and ensure safety without restricting public access. Limiting bike riding in the park to marked trails will preserve important paleontological artifacts that exist on the Bluff Trail. And this isn't new. It's in the old master plan. You can find that restriction on page 38, which reads, "The Bluff Top Trail is not included as a bicycle trail in order to avoid paving over this material and mechanical damage to the shell midden." That explanation needs to be added to the update. So we ask you to recommend relocating the fly field outside Fairview Park to meet legal obligations, support a strong long-term management plan with timelines for restoration, enforcement, and education, strengthen the protections, limit mowing near the vernal pools, install effective fencing, ban drones, amplified music, and move the amplified concerts away from sensitive habitat. Advocate for enforcement and funding to curb off-trail biking and unleashed dogs. Require transparency to include documents missing from the update. Together, we can balance community enjoyment with environmental stewardship, ensuring Fairview Park remains a treasured space for both people and wildlife. Thank you for your commitment to preserving Fairview Park.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hi. Excuse me. Hi, good evening. I'm Andy Campbell. I have a long history in Costa Mesa and with this Fairview Park Steering Committee. I support the plan. There's some minor inconsistencies, but on a high level, I think it's a very good plan. I want to point out that if you wanted to see the damage that the flying caused, you could probably ask your staff to pull up an aerial photo of the park, and they could point out the trampled bluff edge, the erosion that's caused from that, the lack of vegetation. It's not just interaction with birds. It's actually damage on the ground. The city's about to spend $500,000 to hire a consultant to come up with a plan to restore the bluffs. They're probably going to spend another $1 million on the actual, maybe even more, the physical implementation to fix the bluffs from the erosion and damage to that bluff edge. Probably started from the first glider that was there in the 1960s. I also wanted to point out there's a nice history of HSS on the HSS website. There's a video with their club president describing the origin of the club. It didn't start in Fairview Park. It started with a meeting of two flyers at the Back Bay who flew at the Back Bay and Big Canyon at the end of Jamboree and other places in Orange County. And in that video, it says they only came to Fairview when they needed a change of scenery. So I took that as like, this isn't really their point of origin. There may have been a teenager 60 years ago who flew at the park, but the actual runway, the fly field that's there now, really has only been there about 20 years. There is a lot of glider activity that's older than the runway, but what you see there now was installed about 20 years ago. So I support the regulatory agencies. I think the Fairview Park Master Plan can be updated by stating the names of the agencies and the requests that they make and have them verbatim. I think they're sort of paraphrased in the master plan, and I think in the future that'll lead to a much stronger master plan when people come and say, hey, I want to do this, and there's a lot of arm waving about what the regulatory agencies say. I support the idea of having it be a nature preserve. I think it just tweaks the mindset of the users that enter the park. Gonna kind of go back to the HSS history. There's a history in the master plan of HSS, and it starts with the 60-year-old history, and I think that's kind of a false narrative. I think it'd be wise to just extract that, and it's fine to say they use the park, but to kind of take the narrative that's developed falsely over the last 10 years, I think it could be, you can almost go back to their video of their history, listen to it and redraft it, or just leave it out entirely. Lastly, I think for the bluff erosion process, I'd like to recommend that we get a staircase down the south side. There's only really the north edge where you can go down. A lot of people like to cut down the bluff to get to Talbert. So I'll end my comments with that. Let's add a staircase on the south side to getting down the bluff. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. How about a different topic entirely? I am a board member with the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, and if you go to the penultimate page of your public comment packet, you'll see our letter to you. In case you didn't get a chance to read it, I know it's quite a long packet. I wanted to rehash some of the points that we sent to you. First of all, our main concern is the trails plan that's in the draft master plan. It seems to prohibit bicycle use along the primary and secondary pedestrian trails, which are most of the trails in the park. And on the one hand, I kind of get it, but on the other hand, Talbert Park and the future Randall Preserve, both are going to be allowing bicycle use on the dirt trails within those parks. So having a different system within a city park seems like jurisdictional challenges, jurisdictional confusion that I feel like we should just address. Our recommendation here is to allow bicycle usage on the primary pedestrian trails so that more people are allowed, for example, on the Bluff Top Trail, where in the current draft master plan, it says bicycle access is not allowed on the Bluff Top Trail. And I personally would like to be able to keep using that trail. Another point of access into Fairview Park is in Canary Drive, that staircase up, which actually has a little runnel on the side of it to allow you to push up a bike. With the current trails plan, no, you could get up the staircase, but then you can't go anywhere because the trails are secondary pedestrian trails, which means no bikes are allowed on the trails. So upgrading those to primary pedestrian trails and making sure that bikes are allowed to use them so that you can actually get somewhere from the Canary Drive entrance would make sense to me. And finally, I want to comment on the circulation element of the general plan. We're probably more focused on the open space element here, but I want to quickly bring in the circulation element, which is page 30-something in the draft master plan. It shows a map of proposed bikeways throughout the city, and if you look specifically within Fairview Park, some of the what's identified as multi-purpose trails are already in the plan, but a trail along the Fairview Channel that goes from the south edge all the way to the north edge of the Fairview Channel is not included within the draft trails plan. And to be consistent with the circulation element, we would recommend including that as a multi-purpose trail within the draft Fairview Park master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, welcome.
Good evening, council members. I'm Henry Smith, member of the Harbor Soaring Society. I'd just like to point out that I've been reviewing a lot of the documentation and reports from the California Fish and Wildlife people, and there's a lot of these comments where they mention mowing and grading in the same breath. And to me, that implies that both of these are ongoing processes. And so I'd like the council to be aware that there's been no grading done by HSS in more than 10 years. It's probably been closer to 15 years. And we haven't mowed for over a year. We dearly need to mow, but we haven't mowed for over a year. So, and as far as I can see, the wildlife out there hasn't really changed. I don't know if anybody ever actually took any formal data. That'd be asking quite a bit, I guess. Which brings me to another point, and that's that the little airplanes have been out there for a long, long time, and so have the people on bicycles and the urban mushers and who knows what else. And the birds and the bees and stuff are still there. And why is that? You know, because they get used to this activity and they ignore it to go on with their life. That's how nature works. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sarah Rodello. I am a Costa Mesa resident. I live in Mesa Verde. I am also an educator and the current administrator at the Waldorf School of Orange County, which has the fortunate benefit of being right there near Fairview Park, our property. I just come today to speak for our students, our families, and the community members and our shared future. For many years, our school, the Waldorf School of Orange County, has used Fairview Park as a living classroom. Our elementary students study botany, identify native plants, observe birds, and all different forms of wildlife. This has been happening for decades as we've been there. Our middle school classes take morning walks through the open space to ground them in nature. Studies are showing that adolescents are spending about 8 to 12 hours on screen times daily. Our middle school walk affords an opportunity for these students to be able to get grounded and connected in nature before starting their day. Rather than going from bed to car to desk, they now have an opportunity to ground in nature, connect, and get grounded before learning. Focusing on helping their mental health as well as strengthening their connection to nature and their academics. We also have we are a K through 12th school, and all of our classrooms enjoy the park, going out there, observing fresh air, sunshine, and the opportunities that come through the wildlife out there. We ask that you, within this master plan, keep the park and its preserved natural state, as much in its preserved natural state as possible, protecting the vernal pools and the other areas in there, protecting the wildlife. I'm here advocating for them. Many of our students are so connected. I had one of my students, a boy lost his father, and the first thing he wanted to do was to go out and see the egret. That really grounded him. And we have many stories like that with children. They either access the park to come to school, to ride their bikes, they spend time out there with their friends or their families, and it's a very, it holds decades of memories for children who have gone through our school. We've been there for a long time, and we also like to ensure that our children get to have this opportunity to learn outside, to be amongst nature in a protected environment. Thank you so much for your service to our city and to taking into consideration the preservation of preserving Fairview Park and for the health and the education of our students, our adults, and all of our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hello, thank you. My name is Andrew Eniguez, and I work for Ando Industries in Costa Mesa. Just want to put out that I've been influenced with flying the gliders out there, and even like just coming out, we adapt to nature. We are the bird watchers. We take. We like seeing like the way that this environment is laid out, and we adapt to that. And so we want to influence like kids, like the 7th graders out here and fly these gliders out, and we like to come out and teach these kids, and so we're out here just with support. So if you guys need it, we're here, and we want to keep this park where it's at. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, commissioners, and staff. My name is Scott Smith. I'm a model flyer, an amateur radio operator, and a grandfather of 2. I'm here tonight to express my strong opposition to the current draft Fairview Park Master Plan update with regard to the HSS Club. What I'd rather see you do is make fundamental changes to protect the long-standing transient community uses that make Fairview Park so unique and valuable. These include the model glider field, the concerts to the park, trail access, and the Goat Hill Junction Railroad. With the exception of the Goat Hill Junction Railroad, these activities are not permanent impositions on the land. They are scheduled events. For example, my group, HSS, uses the field just 2 Saturdays a month, from 8 to 2. We're well away from the boundaries of evening, and so our impact on it is minor transiency. We set up, we come out, we come to a pristine field. The only thing standing out there is a pole with a windsock, a cabinet with some locks. There's a power source there so we can recharge the batteries that operate the planes. And it's almost not there. We go in, we set up, it takes quite a while. We have our activity during the day, and at 2 o'clock, we lock it down. We clean it all up, we bring everything in. We left it in as prime a state as we came in the morning. And I dare anybody to say that we're leaving trash around, we're leaving our cones around. We get it all. We work really hard on it. We break everything down and make the site pristine, and the transient nature on this is a feature, not a bug. We have to work to build our community up. We have to work to tear it down. The primitive value of the flying field is its greatest value. It's a blank canvas. In the morning, it's an airfield for model gliders. In the afternoon, the very same open space with its reliable breeze and lack of trees could be perfect for kite flyers. Its low light pollution could make it an ideal spot for stargazers. Its power outlets could support a ham radio field day. We're only occupying it for 12 hours a month. This is about more than hobbies. It's about human connection and creativity. It provides a rare space for our city, in our city, where people, especially young people, can gather to build, experiment, in a very communal state.
Sir, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes. You've reached your 3 minutes. Thank you for coming. Yes, sir, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matt Garcia, and I'm the president of Harbor Soaring Society. I'm just going to read you a letter from Christine Medak, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. She wrote this on August 25th, 2014. In response, we had a meeting with her following the 2014 letter that is one of the foundational source with respect to the flying field. It's a long letter. I have copies for you if you need it. John and Henry, I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you both last Friday and to discuss the concerns of the Harbor Soaring Society and its ongoing uses within Fairview Park. Based on our discussion, it is clear your group is aware of and has respect for the sensitive environment resources within the park. We acknowledge your efforts to protect these resources by posting signs around the large vernal pools and participating in trash collecting events on a regular basis. Here's a summary of the ideas we discussed to address your concerns regarding proposed fencing locations included in our letter to the City of Costa Mesa dated July 24, 2014, and to minimize impacts to sensitive resources in Fairview Park. Designing fencing at the end of the runway to accommodate continued operation of the winch turnaround and to minimize potential collisions with fencing, i.e. fence no more than about 3 feet with removable sections for winch operations. Second, avoiding entering the vernal pools when the ground is wet, either not operating the winch during this period or determining if the winch can be operated without entering the wetted area. Relocating the model helicopter use area to another location within the park where the need to enter the vernal pool basins to retrieve the helicopters is minimized. Defining the frequency and extent of maintenance required for continued Harbor Soaring Society uses, i.e. define the size, location, and maintenance requirements of the runway and winch system for potential inclusion in the Fairview Park Master Plan. This will ensure a consistent footprint of disturbance over time. Working with the city to include more specific requirements in the permits they issue to allow model plane operations within the park. A map of the sensitive areas that need to be avoided when the ground is wet. We welcome the Harbor Soaring Society's assistance as we work with the city to develop appropriate permit conditions. Another issue that we did not have an opportunity to discuss is the type of planes that should be allowed in the park. We have received complaints from concerned citizens about the noise generated by the planes and their potential to disturb birds and other wildlife in the park. I'm hoping the Harbor Soaring Society can assist in my understanding of what types of planes may be the cause for concern and appropriate limitations based on the noise generated by the certain models, classes of planes. We may be able to define certain times of the year when the use of louder planes will have less of an impact on wildlife, i.e. birds are more sensitive to disturbance during their breeding seasons, generally early in spring for most species and summer for most species. I look forward to our continued cooperation on the balance of human and wildlife uses within Fairview Park. Christine L. Medek, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We, HSS, has not met with U.S. Fish and Wildlife or CDFW.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. I have a presentation. So first of all, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, as recently, has said that the fly field should not be there, the high impact activity. I've sent information to you, so that is outdated information, once again, that Mr. Garcia presents. Also, the identity for Fairview Park is a nature park. It is the only nature park that we have in Costa Mesa. You can't move a vernal pool. You can move a fly field. So I think that this update is great, and I think the Fairview Park Steering Committee's recommendation to remove a fly field from Fairview Park is warranted. They have done so much damage. In 2005, when the PAX Commission allowed them to go where they are now, they actually weren't even supposed to be where they are. It's west of the vernal pool. So they just took it upon themselves to go there. And it was at a time when the city allowed anything to happen. We had DG on a vernal pool. We had a canyon filled. This is not okay. And they shouldn't even be on the east side. It doesn't fix the problem. Because the grasslands are the winter home for western meadowlarks. And they come here every winter, and they love the east side. And they're strutting on the train tracks. And even the American kestrel is guarding the east side. He's been there since COVID 2020. And he loves his trains, but says no to planes because they cannot get out of the way quick enough. It's been a safe place to raise a family for the past few years. So let's keep it that way for the American kestrel populations, which are in decline. And here's a beautiful fall sunset from the east side. And it's worth protecting for the whole community. Or a 506 is over there. And grasslands are diminishing. And so 22 miles, they have better amenities. And if your parents can't drive you 22 miles, then they're not doing their job. And the parents should be teaching their kids about nature instead of coming here and saying, disregard it. What kind of parent says, forget about nature? What we want to do is the most important thing. That is not what Fairview Park's about. It's about to go enjoy nature. Let your kids, my son went to Waldorf. The best part about Waldorf was going to Fairview Park, playing hide and seek. In fact, he got left behind a bush because they went down to Talbert Nature Preserve. Let's respect nature. It's the only place we have left. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cole Crecilius, self-proclaimed Costa Mesa enthusiast and chair of the Fairview Park Steering Committee. I'll tell you that I got involved with the Fairview Park Steering Committee for one main reason, and that's because I'm a dad also. I have 2 boys, and I want to see this place protected and enjoyed for their lifetime and their kids' lifetime and however long that goes. So very much my focus has always been on recreation and preservation and conservation, right? Like how can these things live in harmony together? And I actually, I'm pretty proud of how the process unfolded in the sense that I was at every community meeting and every Fairview Park Steering Committee meeting, and seeing this process unfold was very enlightening for me. And I can tell and know that this is the biggest effort that's ever been made to really dive into understanding Fairview Park itself and just the resource that we have here in the city of Costa Mesa. And so I first of all encourage you guys to really embrace that. There's no time, like other people will say, oh, well, this haphazard plan that just was thrown together to, shut everything down and not let people use it. I really don't feel like that's the case. I feel like it's a fair and measured plan. The one thing that can't be overlooked is this notion of the fly field and the amount of time and energy that it takes up. And I first want to commend HSS. I've talked at length with Matt Garcia and other folks, and I actually love how much passion you all have for what you do. And if I was in the same situation, in a passion of mine, I would find myself doing the same. The thing that as a committee member and as I look at all of this data, the city has a really tough question ahead of them, and you all are a part of that. And that is, what do you do when these regulatory agencies are saying this is not a conducive use? It's in the biological technical report that glyphosate in its current location doesn't make sense. There's been clear emails and correspondence from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, right? And I don't know what you do in that sense. The issue, to be clear, as I understand it, is not the flying. It's the maintenance. So the fly field, the thing that I learned when going out to the fly field was it's a pretty big space. They need a lot of space to successfully do what they do from a landing strip perspective. They need 300 feet by 50 feet, roughly. I don't know the exact. But they have to mow that if they're going to really do their thing. And that is the challenge. That's what they're up against. It's in how the city rectifies that, how you all want to deal with that.
Thanks. Yes, sir.
My name is Don Wittenberg. I am a member of HSS. I'd like to remind people of the value of having flying field there for children to learn, to be educated about aviation. And I'd like to remind you that Neil Armstrong gave credit to his early interest and fascination with model airplanes. And I know that it seems like we have a question of whether or not the flying field is really dangerous or somehow endangering the birds. Well, a couple hours, a month, a few hours a month in the mornings only is, I just can't understand how that is really that dangerous or causing a real problem. So I really believe that there should be an accommodation to allow the minimal impact. I almost think that it's negligible impact to the environment. We stay away from the cliffs, the vernal ponds. And I don't believe that that moving over to the east side of Placentia is practical. It's not viable. The wind comes from the west. We would be launching to the west. And it overlooks Placentia Avenue. So, it's just impractical. So I think that the current location has a negligible impact and should be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Finally, we have a master plan update. I've been going to meetings for over 10, 12 years. And it's been a long time coming, and it's really excellent. It's really, really good. If you look at the appendixes that back it up with the science and the data, it tells this wonderful story about a nature preserve that's accessible for all kinds of different people. And so it's really a good plan. And the work of the advisory committee, they worked on it a lot and spent a lot of hours. And so I really recommend that you follow their recommendations, take a close look at what their recommendations are. And the glider flying people, they could really be anywhere in any park in Orange County. I don't know why we need to continue considering them in this sensitive habitat with protected species. And I hope they can find a different location. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Hi, Commissioners. My name's John Rittenhouse. I'm a 50-year resident of Costa Mesa, and I do not envy you in trying to come to a decision tonight. And I don't envy myself being the last speaker because pretty much everything I wanted to say has already been said. I am a member of the Harbor Soaring Society, and I am a resident of Costa Mesa. I wear two hats. And I think if you look in the room here, you have one side that's really passionate environmentalist, and the other side's mostly passionate model airplane people, glider people and such. The only constituency that isn't here are the residents of Costa Mesa. There's a lot of people that use the park that aren't here right now. It's unfortunate, but they have lives. They got to bring home a paycheck and such, and they don't really know exactly what's going on. One of the virtues of being where we are located in the park is we have a lot of pass-through pedestrian and bicycle traffic. A lot of people come by from the neighborhood and using the park and such, and they like us. And one of the most frequent comments we get is, we thought you were gone, we're glad you're back, and how can we join your club? And the problem is we're always fighting for our survival. We need some adjudication. And I think in the reality is that that location provides a venue for people to stop. We have shade and chairs and refreshments, and they can sit and enjoy the environment. It's not all about our gliders. There's all kinds of wildlife that you can sit when you actually stop and look. And, you know, we just provide that venue for people of all ages. You know, we're an endangered species too. We talk about the environment, we talk about gliders, but it's really about human beings. And there's people out there that really, truly treasure being to come out and watch the gliders and enjoy the experience of the environment. So, you know, I really just want to speak as a Costa Mesa citizen. I know there's a lot of back and forth, and we've compromised as the club over the last 8 years. You know, we've gone from many hours of being able to fly down to just a couple hours or 6 hours a day, 2 Saturdays a month. And we're willing to compromise. We're not entitled to be in this park. We're a guest, and we're very appreciative of that. And we would like to find a solution that works for everyone, given the opportunity. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening.
Do I get 10 minutes?
You have 3 minutes.
I thought I'd mention, I've been out there walking my dog when they've been flying, and I have to say, they've been very careful. They've been flying along the path line and no complaints at all. The only problem I noticed was when the wind blows their little gliders into the habitat, they have to run in there to get it. And that's the problem. Trampling the habitat. And there's nothing they can do to stop it. So that's my issue, the habitat. Thanks.
Thank you. Final call. Anyone else in the chambers who would like to make a public comment? And then we will move to online public comments. Ms. Fatua, is there anyone online who would like to speak?
Yes, we have Priscilla Rocco. Priscilla Rocco, you may now speak.
We are living in dangerous and illogical times. Instead of scientists directing our nuclear warheads, we have TV hosts. Instead of doctors and immunologists determining the health care for Americans, we have cultists. And in Costa Mesa, the city council, who are not scientists or experts in health and restoration of fragile native habitats and ecosystems, base their decisions regarding the health, restoration, and protection of Fairview Park on a small group of plain hobbyists who have threatened their political lives. In California, we're blessed to have more species of plants and animals than any other state, about 1/3 of all species in our nation. Our soils contain more than 1/4 of the world's biodiversity, boasting more than 2,500 different types of soil. Because of this, we're trying to protect biodiversity in 30% of our land and water by 2030. Fairview Park is one of Costa Mesa's greatest treasures. It's federally recognized national Native American archaeological site going back 3,500 years, home to thousands of native plants and animals, including many protected and endangered species, and the largest vulnerable pool complex west of the Mississippi. Yet the Harbor Soaring Society, who regularly flies at other venues, has bulldozed sacred ground, altering the vernal pools, and trampled burrowing owl habitat, has convinced the city council to allow them to raid in Fairview Park. Aerial photographs going back 100 years documented this destruction. Every major authority, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, California Fish and Wildlife, independent scientists, the Fairview Steering Committee, the city's own biologists, and 70.9% of Costa Mesa voters has urged the city to protect and restore Fairview Park. But the council ignores all these scientists and experts, the laws regarding endangered and protected species, and California Administrative Code that says no person shall remove, injure, deface, or destroy any object of paleontological, archaeological, or historical interest or value. HSS has been in Fairview Park about 50 years before the science was known. Native Americans have called this sacred ground home for 3,500 years. It's time the city council and you listen to the scientists, government agencies, and a majority of the residents to protect, preserve, and restore Fairview Park from vandals like HSS and assign a park ranger to oversee the unique environment. And by the way, if you've ever had a bird's nest in your garden, you know that even walking by it disturbs.
I have Ben Bokich. You may now speak.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, commissioners, for holding this hearing. Appreciate the opportunity to chime in. I've also attended several of the Fairview Steering Committee meetings and participated there. So I want to echo some of the other callers that we appreciate this process. I'm not a longtime Costa Mesa resident, but I will say my wife and I bought a home in Costa Mesa this year, and in no small part because we wanted to be near Fairview Park. We really enjoy using the park, and that's why we decided to purchase our forever home in Costa Mesa. I want to speak broadly in favor of the draft plan, but I want to emphasize one particular point. and that's around the viewing platforms and viewpoints that are discussed. When I go to the park and when I bike there, one of the first things I do is go to the top of the dirt mounds and just kind of survey the view, the dirt mounds near the lawn. Now, I'm not arguing to keep the dirt mounds. Certainly understand why they don't belong there, but I love the ability to be able to see the entire park and to see the view to the Pacific, to see Catalina. And I would urge that something be put there, a platform, so that people can continue to see that view. The master plan calls for view benches along the bluff and also by the vernal pond, but there's people that can't make it all the way out to the bluff. People that just may park their cars and just kind of come to the entrance of the park. And if there were a place there where they can view the totality, I think that would definitely enhance the experience. So I would definitely beef up if I had my way, I would beef up the recommendations around viewing platforms. I also, as I mentioned, I bike in the park. I was not aware, as the previous commenter said, that I guess bikes are going to be restricted in some areas of the park. I hope that was incorrect, but if that is true, I definitely would voice support for biking to be allowed along the bluff line. And here I emphasize regular bikes, not e-bikes. Definitely don't believe that e-bikes should be allowed in the park. And I would also echo some of the previous comments of having stronger policing in the park to control e-bikes and also any other unauthorized use, and also for the general safety of the public. Thank you again for this opportunity to comment, and I wish you luck in your deliberations.
Rob, I have Rob. You may now speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I had a lot of comments tonight, but many people have already expressed the bulk of them. I just wanted to, it's really gratifying to hear such passion on both sides of an issue, but I think we've lost sight of the fact that the park is meant for everybody in Costa Mesa, and there has to be a balance. And I think that, we should be teaching our kids and residents about nature, but not just about it, but how to enjoy it and interact with it and respect it, not view it from the other side of a fence. Clearly, people have different opinions, but the glider, the bicycle, trail, and interaction activities, they're enshrined in our master plan existing now and Measure AA. To assert that a fly field, which is operated twice a month for 6 hours by people who are actual stewards. When I first moved there in 2011, we're out there almost every day walking our dogs. And at night, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that's not authorized. But regardless, we launched a model rocket. I was ignorant. A guy from the Harbor Solar Society ran over to yell at us and tell us we can't launch model rockets in the park. They are stewards. They are taking care of it. Obviously, they're a thorn in somebody's side now, so this is going to be the focus of all the efforts on the master plan. But it's in AA. It's in the master plan. It was envisioned for 2 different sites along the bluffs. If you do move it over to the east side, it will trigger AA. Just read AA. I think we need to, the Parks Commission, you guys have to balance the needs of a very diverse group of people and regulatory requirements and our own statutory and regulatory and guidance documents here in the city of Costa Mesa. This is Costa Mesa's park. We need to do everything we can to enhance access and enhance engagement, not restrict it. I don't know how many people know here, but I did a Public Records Act request. Do you know why Fairview Park was closed during the pandemic? Because staff, not council, Councilmember Reynolds asked why the park was closed. Staff closed it because they didn't trust the public to maintain a physical distance in the parking lot. We're not children. It's our park. We can take care of it. We need to do a balance like most other parks around the nation, national parks, national monuments, preserves, special ecological zones, all of those have access, bikes, hiking, trails. It's about responsibility and balance, not restriction. So I don't approve, I don't support this master plan update. You can keep working on it. We had to focus on balance and access and adhering to what the people of Costa Mesa want. Thanks very much.
I have Patrick Flynn. Patrick Flynn, you may now speak.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Patrick Flynn, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident that lives just south of Fairview Park. Um, I raised my children on Pacific Avenue since they were little, and we use the park daily. I'm an avid runner, and I'm all for protecting all of the species and the lovely bits of nature within that park. But I also think there needs to be a fair balance for the community to use that park as well, and restricting access to the main trails. There just has to be a way that we can find a better balance. I have two kids that love to participate in HSS and are younger into the program and learning to fly, and it's just really fun watching their involvement. As I mentioned, I run just about daily through those trails and absolutely love the park deeply. And I would hate the idea of losing access to bike those trails and to run those trails and for kids and adults to fly. We absolutely need to respect the land, but taking away things like concerts in the park and access for us to use would just be a terrible shame. So I just urge you guys to try and find a balance where we can protect nature, but also allow us to continue to love and utilize the park. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Have caller ending in 943. You may now speak.
Hello, thank you. My name is James Robertson, and I am in favor of not moving the flying field. I have both flown with HSS and also mentored some of the young flyers there over the past 15 years. I wanted to clarify some things that I've heard earlier. I heard concerns about erosion along the bluff edge. And I want to say that in all the time I've been going to HSS, I've never seen anyone from HSS go anywhere remotely near the bluff edge. I can understand, we don't want to erode the bluff. I've also not seen people from HSS enter the vernal pools to retrieve airplanes or otherwise. I'm really concerned that the Fish and Wildlife recommendations may be based on incorrect information. The HSS, as other people have pointed out, operate for a small fraction of time. It's less than 2% of the year. I would invite Fish and Wildlife to come observe HSS flying or discuss with HSS. Or at least specifically describe what aspects of the glider flying cause problems to see if there's ways we can mitigate them. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I appreciate it.
I have Jim Erickson. Jim Erickson, you may now speak.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for taking my comments. It was pertinent and prudent for one of the commissioners to ask for.
Jim, can we go ahead and restart again? Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, your
Okay.
time has been reset.
Okay, I'm not sure why that happened. I apologize. In any case, I wanted to echo the comments or support the commissioner who asked for a definition of passive use. It's found on the first page of Measure AA, and it says Fairview Park is a passive use park developed to promote activities such as walking, hiking, jogging, running, bicycling, glider flying, kite flying, dog walking, picnicking, small group physical activities, and similar uses. It was also prudent of the commissioners to ask about the change that may occur when infrastructure was moved or relocated, such as being recommended by the city as it pertains to the HSS fly field. Significant change is defined on the first page of Measure AA. Significant change means, quote, any expansion or intensification of uses, any expansion of current amenities, or addition of new amenities, expansion of park hours, grading, expansion of any parking lots footprint, layering of foundations, etc. And to anyone who would look at the report suggesting that grading be done and a fly field be installed on the east side, well, it seems to be in direct conflict. Much has been made about noise. Gliders don't make any. And of course, any study on noise in the park should take into account Placentia Avenue. It bisects the park. And naturally, you'd want to take a look at the noise caused by the high school football stadium just south of the park. It would also be great just to define what noise is and what noise is too much for the natural flora and fauna. The park was named as a park when it was deeded to the city in the 1980s. That's why it's called a park. And on the east side of the park, we've heard a lot about the flora and fauna there. A previous commenter was well served to show some pictures of some really neat birds. As you look at your reports, you'll notice a train track going through a vernal pool on the east side. And we just have to wonder where the consistency is in the recommendations that HSS be moved vis-a-vis Measure AA and the intent to protect not only the flora and fauna of the park, but also existing and promoted uses as a passive park. So I'd encourage you to think critically about this as a commission and proceed accordingly with balance in mind. Thank you.
I have Jennifer Tanaka. Jennifer Tanaka, you may now speak.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and city staff. Thank you for taking the time to go through all of these comments. I just want to call in quickly to raise a couple points and ask one question that I didn't put in my very long list of questions that I put in written public comment. First, I just wanted to emphasize, re-emphasize and amplify my CMABS colleague David Martinez's comments regarding bicycle circulation in the park. I am also a member of CMABS, and I think that those are really great comments, and I hope they make it into the master plan update. I also wanted to amplify and echo Jim Erickson's comments. And I think others that have brought up that I certainly agree that on my reading of Measure AA, it would apply to implementing certain of the plans in the master plan, including relocating the fly field and relocating the dirt mounds to the east side. I think that that's right. I mean, I wonder, it may be technically, you might be able to make a reading that that's not the case, but I do wonder how confident I am. One of my questions is how confident does staff feel given that any aggrieved person can appeal Measure AA based on its language? So I would wonder if other people would agree that we don't face litigation risk there. I'm glad Mr. Erickson also brought up the passive use definition in Measure AA. I was going to point to that as well. And then I had just kind of a bespoke question, which is that I noticed looking way back when the MIG contract for this draft master plan was signed, that about $65,000 of the funding for that was funded using park impact fees. My question to staff, I suppose, would be, what the justification for that was, only because the park master plan certainly looks like it's attempting to dial back active use of Fairview Park rather than dialing it up in any way. And usually park impact fees in California have to have some sort of nexus to expanding access to parks. So I was just curious what the justification for using those funds were. That's it. Thank you so much.
I have Andreas. You may now speak.
Thanks for not butchering my name. Andreas Arpierian here. Thank you all for having or allowing me to speak. I am a resident of Costa Mesa, and I have been since 2014. I do come from the East Coast, where nature is a lot more abundant than it is in an area like Costa Mesa. So I get the idea of preserving nature. I also want that for my children. But when I bought my house, I never knew Fairview Park existed, transparently. So when we discovered it, we were more than elated that we had this access to such a place. I'm not a flyer. I'm not a bird watcher. I'm not a musician. I'm not a lover of trains. But what I am is a father of two young children that do enjoy all of these things. I do feel that there needs to be a balance. But what really stuck out to me one day was a couple weeks ago, I was at Fairview Park with many of the fathers that were speaking tonight without a care in the world, allowing my children to explore, allowing them to become dirty little hippies or do whatever they want to do. And then later in the day, we went over to Vista Park where I had to watch my son on head on a swivel and catch him from almost running into Victoria. So manicured lawns with playgrounds aren't always a great thing when they're, especially when they're put by busy streets. I would like to see some sort of balance, but the idea of me being a bad parent because I'm not going to drive 22 miles is a bit ridiculous when something's right in our backyard. But um, I'd like to continue using the park as it is today, and that's it. Thank you.
Chair Brown, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you all for the public comment. Do we need a 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna take, how about a 5-minute break? Is that enough time? Okay, 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll have questions and comments and discussion. Thank you. right. Okay, if everyone could take their seats. Calling this meeting back to order at 8:15 p.m. Y'all in the council chambers? All right, thank you. Thank you again for all of those really helpful public comments. A lot to think about, a lot to process. That was one of the reasons we really wanted this to come before PAX, was to give you all an opportunity, and you took it, so thank you. Though a really good point that not everybody is actually here to give their voices, so something for us to consider and perhaps talk about. It's now commissioner question time, so I'm actually going to start with Commissioner Dorn Parker. Would you like to go first?
I'd be happy to go first.
Thank you.
First of all, I really appreciate everyone who came, everyone online, everyone who wrote. It provides a point of reference. I've been in the city. I was brought in as a very young girl. I won't tell you how young, in 1962. My family moved into College Park. My mom actually ran for city council because the city wasn't green enough. She had a whole bunch of children, and there was not enough parks and there was not enough trees. She lost, as my dad said, thank God, because then he'd have to take care of the 5 children. So I go deep in this community. We chose to come back here. My husband and I married, and we've been in the same house on the east side. And I've watched transformation. I want to give you a little perspective of my questions. I watched the transformation of the Back Bay from a overused, misused piece of nature. We were part of that. We have beautiful labs that we rescue. We'd let them go run free everywhere. It turned out they began to realize, the county, that was not safe for us. It was not safe for our environment. And it was certainly destroying the native plants and the birds and the animals. And hence they began a process of education and, yes, defining where we could walk, where we could bike, where the horses could run, and where they put types of fencing, not solid fencing like we put in to keep our dogs safe in our backyard, but fencing to be clear where we needed to stay as humans, and restoration was going on. They then also put in a building, which hopefully we'll do later, so that we really could understand what we were doing to protect and what we were protecting. And I abide by, throughout my civil service that I've been in for 4 decades now, Maya Angelou is my guiding light. And this is my guiding quote: do the best you can until you know better. Then when we know better, you do better. Fairview Park is the epitome of where we are right now. I watched as a girl as construction trash was put into Fairview Park. They didn't want to go up to Bonita Canyon, which is now multi-billion-dollar homes or million-dollar homes. They wanted the easy, quick way. I can't even imagine the volume of toxicity that exists below the surface. Now we know better. As we've been evaluating this precious, we have some tough decisions, but I don't think it's an either or. The Soaring Club is an amazing, amazing club. Does it have to be at Fairview? Does it have to be there? They've located once from, I know exactly where they were in Big Canyon. Can't go back. There's too many homes. There's too much infrastructure. But is there other parks? Fairview Park is part of the complete city infrastructure. I call it View Park, but it's called Vista Park. It would mean we'd have to change what Vista Park looks like. But in order to maintain this valuable aviation knowledge, and trust me, my career was at OCC. We teach aviation sciences. We not only teach them how to fly, but we teach them how to repair. So that's my perspective. I think we can have it all. We just can't have it all right now of what we know about Fairview Park. It is too precious. It's too unique. We now recognize the migratory birds. We are destroying Mother Earth by the second. but we have an opportunity to protect her like nothing. I've been out watching, I've been meeting, I've been at Soaring Club, and yes, I do see sometimes their gliders end up in spaces. There's no ranger around. In order to continue with the work, they just kind of step over. I would do the same, but is there another space in the city that we can, within our parks ecosystem, so we can maintain that level of support? It would mean we might do without a playground or a green space, but it doesn't mean we have to do without. So these are my questions as I've seen it, as someone who's been here a very long time, who've raised her children, who's watched the evolution of the Back Bay to such an amazing, precious resource. We now know where we can walk and ride our bikes and run, and yes, where the horses can actually trample us. We've had that happen a little bit. So one of the questions I also have is, there's a lot of questions about the outreach. We've heard different things. So I just wanted to confirm with both, basically with Kelly and with our consultants, is it appears there was many different outreaches at different phases in different committees. If you had the opportunity, and I know I don't want to put you at this end, because we need a plan. We need a plan. You have to have a plan to start it. We can't keep doing this, people. We can't keep going another 10 years. We need a plan, and the plan can change as we start implementing it. We can say what it is that we want to do. This didn't quite work. We need to shift. But if we just keep going for 10 years, there's nothing we can do, and it'll be in pieces and bits of what we're doing now. So the only question I have is there something more now that we're more focused on outreach here at the PACs? Is there anything else you think we could have done that would involve the community beyond what we did? Because it appears there were meetings. I went to the planning meetings. I know the steering committee, and I know our PACs commission. Not everyone is engaged. Not everybody wants to be here. But do you feel that everyone who's concerned, and I heard it here, everyone here is very engaged, very involved. You go out once a month or twice a month and help restore growth. Wish I could go there. I'm so allergic to what you guys are pulling. I can't. I have so many allergy things. But is there anything else beside maybe online that we could have done?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it's something we've thought about quite a bit as well. One of the more recent things that we've been doing now that the draft is public, we've done some pop-up booths at the park itself.
Oh,
and so the park outreach on site is probably the key area that I wish we had done more, wish we could have done more. Part of the logistical challenge is just that there's not really a building, there's not really adequate facilities to host a sizable event of that nature, but something where we're getting people on site that are the day-to-day users, getting them involved and aware of the project to sort of remediate that deficiency, you could say. We've had A-frames and signs throughout the park at about 10 different entryways and sort of connection points where people commonly pass by to try to, you have QR codes and have signs that people can plug into the website, learn about the project. Most of the people may not be interested and just pass right by it, but we've gotten quite a bit of engagement and questions and emails from people that have seen them and that appreciate the information. So the on-site variable is probably, if I had one thing to do more of, it's hearing from those less heard of users that are out there every single day.
Great. That's what I wanted to find out. Yeah. Yes. No, if you could go, yeah, that's great.
One of the things that we've also started doing is really utilizing our social media, presence that we have now, and really kind of we created a great little video, but really focusing on that and utilizing that more often to really reach out to the community a little bit more effectively.
Okay, that helps. As a lot of the outreach was at this kind of the same time, so it's hard when you have kids or you don't drive at night, so you kind of end to both ends of the spectrum. The one area that's in here, but I know there was a mention of that, and I think we need to have a note in here. The wetland and riparian area is a big drain. It's a man-made item. I know it now can help one of the birds, but I know this was done as a swap and a payment to the city to take on what OCTA wouldn't do. I'd like us to do some planning to understand its impact on the homes. It's a mosquito. It really has some issues over mosquito. It costs a lot of money for those man-made water the waterways. And I'm not sure the city signed up for something that was not going to have a better outcome. And I also know that area is not very safe. I know as a woman single who I do a lot of hiking and walking, I don't feel safe walking in there. I just don't. And I don't know how we're going to mitigate that, but I would like to see a note there to say we need to evaluate that. I wouldn't hold up the master plan, but we really need to look at that. And maybe we have an addendum to an agreement with OCTA. They need to pay for more of the expense that is. And it's so out of whack with what our restoration is doing and a natural habitat. I also don't know what we dug up that would have Native American significance of indigenous people. So that's one area that I'm very concerned about, is to revisit the space. Just because it's an agreement that was made doesn't mean the agreement can't be updated. The overall, then let me see. I have lots of tabs, so hang on. Trying to be organized here. Let's see where it's a big plan. So a couple of the comments that I heard and I read and I reached out, and because I know, a lot of the folks in here, they're really worried about change. They're really worried what exists will be changing. But I can tell you change doesn't mean bad. Change is actually, I love the impact of signage and education. My poor husband, we have an RV now, and every place we've gone over the last 8 years, I've set out to see what other communities have done with their precious space and how they educated. They built up walkways so you wouldn't step, and every place had signage and education every step of the way. And I just want to make sure that doesn't, I don't think that violates AA because you're putting something in the ground or whatever it is, but really that has to provide enough information to understand why have we moved, why have we limited walking to prescribed paths, what's beneath and lurking below. Because what I found out with Back Bay, once we knew better, we did better. We actually helped self-police when we'd see other people with dogs off leash and explain, hey, I did the same thing, but do you know that that's a burrowing owl, or that's, you can hear the den of the coyotes. I know people, but you can hear the babies. And so there's education that can help us all, the key is to keep that theme good. The other part that I really want to make sure we go a little deeper on is public safety. We've heard this over and over again, and we know some of it is financial investment, but if we're going to do all this work, we're going to have this master plan, we really need to carry over to understand what public safety means. It means policing e-bikes and e-motorcycles that are there. It means making sure I can walk safely wherever the pathways go. So I'd like that to be a little bit called out to understand how that is an overview with the budget, and what does that mean for, quite frankly, what does that mean to Kelly and his staff? Because the size of the park, the details of the park, you have carrots and you have sticks. I think you have less sticks if you have more carrots and like trash bags and for dogs to waste and things such as that. So I'd like that spelled out. It's interesting because on page 75, one of my questions is, I was kind of confused with all the past uses of circulation trails. And actually, David and Jennifer brought this up. I'd like us, before it goes any farther, to work with our transportation and biking, because that's what they do, and figure out where do the paths make sense, where is it not making sense? Because I'm hearing, the concern I have is e-bikes, to tell you the truth. They destroy. And I know there's 3-level e-bikes. I ride level 1, which means I have to pedal. But I'm even forbidden for most of the national parkways paths if I don't pedal myself. So that goes to public safety and control and making sure everything is done right. So I'd like us to work and understand what the concerns is with the pathways to make sure that whatever pathways, also when you have bikes and pedestrians, we have to figure that out, because we do know bikes and pedestrians can be a nightmare, especially with e-bikes. And I know our law enforcement and everybody's trying to figure out what e-bikes is going on, because it's a problem. And a lot of the kids have actually e-motorcycles, which is really dangerous, and it ramps up that. So the other thing is the bluff stabilization. And I know that we have a grant to get that finished. And that has been a really important part of restoration, really important part to maintain. So I would really like to understand in this report, how is that project running? What is the timeline of that? And making sure that we don't miss that timeline as far as that goes. The other thing I want to talk a little bit about is a lot of the comments that they were concerned about some of the historic events like concerts in the park is one of the ones. I need to really stress they need to go, and they don't need to go away. We just need, again, this is part of the overall parks and community services. We have an amazing college down the street called OCC. They have a beautifully newly built huge quad. They have bicycling paths that the city has absolutely upgraded and better way to get around. It doesn't mean they go away. Our Scarecrow Festival is no longer there. A lot of our events that were there that were very disturbing for everybody, and it also is hard to get to, and the parking's really bad. And to go from where I am on the east side over there is impossible safely. So we've moved things. It doesn't mean we've stop these historic events, but we really need to look at all of our parks, all of our resources, and all of our land, and figure out where best to continue these services and where best do we have all this, because it can't stay at the park. We can't say we're restoring and we're enriching the community and having education, and then we have these events that are contraindicated, as we say in medical terms. But it doesn't mean they go away. I've seen so much evolution. We used to have concerts. The city, when my kids were in elementary school, used to bring a band. I don't know what you call it. It was like on a trailer, so that the concerts could be in the elementary school yards, because that was the best place to get families when they started that. And I don't think they even own one of those. But that just tells you the evolution of what can happen when we really use the entire city and we also bring everything together. So I don't think it's an either or with Soaring Society. I don't think we cannot not restore. I believe that we just have to really think outside the park boundary, and we really shouldn't look at fencing as just like a fence you put up to keep your dogs safe. There's so much fencing I've seen throughout the state of California and in Oregon that they use to separate paths from trampling that still provide the aesthetics that I think people are concerned about. But man, we have not taken good care of this park, and it's in time that we do. And those are my questions and comments, and I'm just really grateful that this is moving forward, but we have to move it forward. It's an evolution of a process. We've got to get going. Kelly and his team, Brian and his team, we've got to start. We have to start. We have money on the line. We have people that have been waiting, and we've got to move it forward. So with those questions and those comments, to add a little bit more definition, that's me. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me.
Mr. Dalton, do you have anything that you want to respond to in terms of Commissioner Dorn Parker's questions?
Yes, I can touch upon a few of the points regarding the wetland system. Yes, this issue, that project was multi-phased and involving a number of outside mitigation entities, including the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And then OCTA was the second phase of that two-phase project. The operational issues that, in terms of the mosquito habitat and the nuisance conditions that were really prevalent in about 2018-19, have, for the most part, been addressed. We have a very robust maintenance program that we work closely with the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District. They've helped us and worked with us to develop a vector management plan basically for the site to identify what are the key things that they need is really access so that they can perform treatments. That was the major issue, and you could say sort of either design or construction error that with the project, that there wasn't adequate permanent access for mosquito treatment personnel to get in there, inspect, and apply the treatments. Since, I'd say 2 to 3 years ago, it's mainly in 2023 when we really were meeting with them more regularly. We've had a much lower incidence of mosquito activity. We have regular monitoring there. We are consistently on the about 20 or so marsh sites. We're on the lower quartile or always on the lower half in terms of mosquito prevalence. So we haven't had any positive West Nile mosquito activity at those traps in a long time. So we do monitor it very closely with our mosquito, vector control team, as well as our biologist that does the maintenance in that area. We are looking at some of in terms of public safety and how that issue plays into, really the experience and the safety of users there. Of course, we would all like more resources and more, ranger presence, as well as just more general staff presence that can lower some of that incidence. Other more kind of alternatives to just increased staffing, which has a big funding impact, is more one-time investments like camera systems and technology that sort of functions as a deterrent instead of just having to have people out there 24/7. We could have camera systems that can monitor throughout the day, and they're more of a one-time investment with minimal ongoing cost. We have noted the item regarding the ATP plan and make sure that the updated circulation map on page 75 would coincide with the adopted active transportation plan that the city has already approved. So we've relayed that to the consultant. Yes, the low-key fencing is exactly what we're thinking as well. We don't want the chain link fencing or anything like that is visually intrusive. We want it to match with the character of the site, the open feel of the site, not interfere with wildlife, not interfere with users that want that experience that they currently have. We really want to enhance it and make sure that it's clear where they should be and shouldn't be. We get that question all the time from people at the park that they're not even sure how to use some of the trails. What's trail? What isn't? So that's something we want to make sure that we provide that clarity to just have a functional space so everyone knows how to use it.
I think both those ideas, or both those planning, you're talking about how to do safety, security, especially in that area. You may want to put it on addendum, what you're looking at, and same with the fencing, because most of what you're saying is, and also you don't want to stop the fencing from the movement of the natural habitat, those who live there, which are the animals and squirrels. So that might be helpful, is to put that kind of an example in the addendum of what so that you're not tied to it, but you're looking so that they don't think it's just a 6-foot block wall. And then also some of the ideas to just as an addendum to one-time investments, which then add to the security and safety and the oversight. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kamala.
We heard a lot tonight, and I think the thing I heard the most from both sides of the room, from every caller, and I know it's in the heart of everyone here, is just the word balance, right? I think balance is important. It's got to be at the core of what we do. And when you look at this, the core goal of this update is to find the essential balance between protecting the resources we have and appropriate public access. I think balance matters more than ever now. It's easy to get caught up in extremes or feel pressured, but I think how divided things can be, real progress really happens in the middle, where we all listen and we all compromise. I think when we look at adopting the master plan, we have to remember that it's a guiding document. It's not a legally binding one. There's going to be adaptations that we're going to make through it. And so I think this is going to be the first step. This isn't the last step, and I think that's where we have to approach this. When we look at what we need, I think back to a book I read a few years ago. It's called Last Child in the Woods by an author named Richard Louv. It explores the growing divide between children and nature and the negative consequences. And when I hear the kids come up from Harbor Soaring Society about how passionate they are about the use of that space and the impact it makes, I understand the need for that, but at the same time, I also understand the uniqueness of that space from biodiversity, from plant life, and so it's a difficult space. And I think there's a lot of steps that are going to have to be made after today, and obviously for the foreseeable future. I'd wish we had a one and done, drop it, and we go, and it's autopilot. But that is not the world we live in. So when we look at that, a couple questions that I had were, let's see here. Number one, we know the community strongly wants an increased presence of park rangers to deal with issues like the illegal e-bikes, off-trail use. Since the long-term habitat maintenance plan relies heavily on enforcement and biological monitoring, where is the immediate, is there any immediate or committed funding and dedicated staff like full-time rangers to ensure we actually implement patrols and meet the mandates for long-term protection and endangered, to protect the endangered fairy shrimp in the vernal pools and whatnot? Do we have that committed?
That is not necessarily a component of this plan, that it won't commit funding immediately, but I think it will strengthen our case in upcoming budget cycles, that that this was recognized as a priority by the community, by the city council, and that it can be part of those discussions of how do we address the need, how do we fulfill the enforcement needs to whether that be increased staffing, increased rangers, or other methods.
And I know previously we had discussed ranger shortage. Is that anything that's been addressed from a staffing standpoint? That way, as we go with the Mesa restoration and all these projects move forward, we do have the support there.
I can. Yeah, you can go ahead and jump in there. I do know that the ranger program, they were down to 5 rangers, I believe, and they're in the process of hiring 2 more. So they will have their full capacity. However, we do have 30 parks, and there's a lot of different park space that the rangers have to be, going to and evaluating and securing at times. And so that's still going to be a shortage in regards to having somebody, let's say, full-time at Fairview Park, for example. But hopefully it's something we can work towards in the future.
Okay. Next question was about the improper fill material. So as we remove that, when I looked at some of the documents, it looked like where the fill material was, it's a very high sensitive area. So I guess how do we, given the risks associated with the ground disturbance, what's the current status of the required archaeological treatment plan? And do we have the support of, a funded Native American program that helps support with that? How would that all work?
Would you like to speak to that? Yes. So the fill removal project, it is a large area. We have done some preliminary investigations of the fill affected portion of the mesa. That project has been identified for many years as a need dating back to the original master plan of 1998. The process of removing it needs to be planned and designed very carefully to avoid digging and impacting the native soil where those sensitive cultural resources lie and are underground. So that the original master plan, as it describes it, it will need to be a phased plan that will have to be done in consultation with a qualified biologist, habitat restoration expert, as well as a qualified archaeologist. So all 3 of those, as well as an engineer, would have to be involved in that evaluation process and working closely to develop a plan that isn't causing a significant impact itself. But the long-term benefit would be a significant improvement for conservation as well as for preservation of the subsurface cultural resources that are currently being degraded by concrete and all the other unsuitable material that was dumped there nearly 40 years ago.
Okay. And last question is I got right now is I think residents, obviously we don't want new buildings, sprawling structures, and there's concern about triggering AA. So the plan proposes, I think, central interpretive area, nature play area. How do we ensure that the design of these features remains strictly limited to non-structural, passive, interpretive displays and natural play elements to not trigger AA?
That's a good question, and it's something we're still analyzing. We're still looking at how do we do something in a way that's not, causing an impact. I think this, in some ways, reveals maybe some of the unintended impacts of adopting Measure A in its rigid form. That maybe those things were never even contemplated as being now nearly, impossible or very difficult to pursue, even though they would probably be generally in alignment with the overall goals of the master plan of Measure AA in preserving its natural open space character. So we're still looking at that. I wouldn't say there's, in terms of the community response, that issue isn't the top of most people's list, but so it may not be a project that we decide to pursue for decades or potentially ever if there's not really broad community support for it. But it's something that we feel is worth recognizing in the master plan to have it as an option. We think there would be benefits that align with conservation. It sort of directs people's attention to this special place they're at, rather than just going into the 3 or 4 other entry points and maybe missing that opportunity to catch their attention.
Thank you for those questions. Commissioner Ledger.
So I have so many pages of notes, it's going to be hard to to be cohesive. But I do want to start off with, I grew up in Fairview Park. My best friend and her neighbor, who we were also friends with, lived literally at the end of Pacific, backed up to the park. There was a gully there. We had forts out there. When we were teenagers, we were chased out of there by the police in the middle of the night. We cliff jumped there. We have, the sand beneath the bluffs was really soft, and it was a lot of fun to jump into. I don't remember people flying planes there. I do remember people camping out with big satellites trying to contact aliens every once in a while. Never saw the planes there. And this was back in the late 80s through late 90s. That being said, no matter what we decide today, people are going to be upset on one side or the other. There is no way to please everyone. Growing up in Fairview Park, when changes started happening to it, first of all, calling it Fairview Park, it was really upsetting to me. I was losing so much of my childhood that I couldn't pass on to my kids, but I have still used and enjoyed all the changes to the park. So I'm just going to throw that out there. All these people speaking out against the changes, you might really enjoy them. A lot of the speakers against moving the fly fields actually touched on points of why I think we should move it and why I agree. When I've been walking through there before, not knowing they were flying, and planes come really close and scary sometimes, they fall. And we did have the one speaker who said, the kids say that, oh no, we never go in there, we wait for the park ranger. Kids are a lot better at following rules than adults. And who's using it more, the kids or the adults? And then we even had the engineers, I'm blanking on the name at the moment, the model engineers talking about, if they move the flying field over there, the plane's going to be, you know, in their way falling out of the sky. And so that is, the safety of it is a big issue. But they're also talking about how little they do fly out there. If we move it, aren't they going to be able to fly more? Won't there be more use, or are they still going to be limited on their flying? So that is my one question. Are they going to be limited on their flying, or will they get to fly more if we move it? That being said, does the Soaring Society does that generate any money for the city, or is it just a free use? Is it something we're providing for free for them? And let's see. Oh, so they're worried about it triggering AA, moving the flight field. City said it is not going to trigger AA, and I do see if it does get moved, they may sue to say it triggers AA, but we live in California, so I feel pretty confident that the city would win on being able to move it away from the vernal pools. But are there vernal pools over there on the other side? So that's going to be another question I have. Sorry, that was just page 1. Don't want to correct Commissioner Wright, but did want to say to the city staff that the concerts were briefly mentioned in the draft as something like finding ways to keep things like that in the passive use. But it was brief, so. And that was a very big document, so I'm sure we didn't memorize it all. I also do like if we do change the name to something that has wildlife preserve in it, that may also help with people's minds on what should be done with it. So is there a way we could change the name? That's another question. Let's see. Some of these have already been answered by other questions asked. So I'm skipping down. And I think you guys are getting lucky. I'm almost done. Oh, so yeah, so for the concerts in the park, I know we have talked so much on getting that moved. So I do believe that eventually we will come to a solution on that. And until we do come to a solution, I do not support canceling it, as it is a huge event for our city. So I think that is it for now. Thank you.
Mr. Dalton, do you want to respond to any of the commissioner's questions?
Yes, particularly the inquiry about are there vernal pools on the east side? That is a good question, and we could pull up one of the exhibits probably to zoom in on that. If you give me 1 minute. So to answer the question, yes, there are vernal pool features on the east side. They've been less managed and restored as compared to the large vernal pool 1 that we call on the west side. They have far fewer of the rare and endangered species that are present on the Mesa vernal pool site. They're smaller. They're actually not numbered in the original discovery when those pools were being identified. They're considered more of a vernal pool feature, but in terms of the siting of where the proposed or potential glider site on the east side could be, where a runway could exist, it would not be in the footprint of the pool or the watershed. It would be in an area currently identified as low biological sensitivity. It's mostly non-native grasses, and I'd actually like to pass it off to Travis to just describe some of the vegetation communities and features on that side.
Did you want to bring up that graphic?
Yes.
Yeah, so on the east side of the park, it's much more of like a rolling hillside, and it's not very flat. So it doesn't share some of the topography, the very flat mesa, hence, Spanish for tabletop, as well as the feature of having the impenetrable clay layer, which when it's a swelling clay. I don't know if any of you have these in your yards if you're gardening, and when it's really wet, you sort of slip around in it. You could almost like form a ribbon with it. That's actually one way you find out how much clay is in soil if you're doing soil science. So there's limited opportunities for water to pond on the east side of Placentia, which is why the vernal pool features are smaller and limited over there. And also, there's just been a history of different types of use, so there's not the potential for vernal pools to be forming outside of where they are now on the east side of Placentia. But I do have a question for Kelly, if you could expand upon, because during the master plan process, identifying a potential fly field on the east side was, I understand, one part of a lot of work that was done by staff with HSS. I know one of the commissioners, I appreciate your comment about thinking outside of the park, thinking outside of the box. The city has a lot of parks and resources, or also regionally. So Kelly, I know you've spent a lot of time on this. If you could tell us the type of staff time that was invested in working with HSS to find other potential flying field locations for them within the city, as well as if you did any test flights at all to see about feasibility.
Madam Chair, if I can maybe take that question, or that comment, I should say. So I have spent quite a bit of time with HSS. I'm not sure how many cups of coffees I've had with Mr. Garcia, but it is quite a bit. And, you know, that's one of the things, going back to the balanced approach, and I think that's kind of what we're looking at in regards to finding that balance where they can really kind of thrive. I used to be a glider flyer back when I was a kid, flying down in Laguna Niguel and Kite Hill, and just the fondness of being able to do that and learning about planes and learning about aeronautics and, you know, just meeting different people has always been one of my great enjoyments about this hobby. And so that's one of the things that we kind of went around and looked at different, you know, parks and kind of did an assessment as directed by council to take a look at, you know, different areas. So we did that, and we went over to Balearic Park, for example, the farther east, or the farthest east side of Fairview Park, and then also by the train tracks over on the east side, as we just talked about. So yeah, there is potential. You know, the master plan draft states to, you know, potentially relocate it. It doesn't say where to relocate it within Fairview Park, but I think, yeah, there's certainly some options. Again, this is going to be something going by the council's direction, and however that they see fit, what the best, you know, location is, whether that's the current location or whether that's, you know, moving it to the east side or another part of the west side. I don't know, but no, we have spent a lot of time in really trying to, you know, just get a good understanding of what their needs are, also, of course, what the city's needs are, and then finding that balance.
Okay. Vice Chair Wright.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have this at our meeting and to hear from everyone. 2 hours of public comments. What is this, a council meeting? I read the whole thing. I learned a lot. I love reading all of our master plans, and this one being about a singular topic was really interesting, just like how dense, how deeply you can go into the history of this park. So I definitely support the investment in our trails, in fencing. It's very much needed. The ADA compliances are very much needed. As a mom with a stroller, I do wish Fairview was more accessible to me in that way, and so I appreciate that. I do support the nature play activation. I think we could take a lot of inspiration from the local ENC, the Environmental Nature Center. I think they do a really great job of having sort of activations that don't require structures to be built, whether it be like seating or mixed materials. It's just like a little bit more inviting, but still feels like you're completely immersed in the environment. So I'd be curious, maybe any suggestions that their team has. Signage is absolutely needed, especially if you are going to the park for the first time. I think it's a little bit intimidating to even know, like, what is the best trail for me, or where does this lead to? let alone the education component of like all of the species that are there and just how rare of a gem it is. So the education component and having it be in multiple languages and fun for all ages is definitely something I would like to see and I feel would be aligned with our values. And I'm really excited to sort of see how this unlocks future funding and grant opportunities as well. That's something I really like to be involved in as a commissioner, so that will be interesting. I would like to voice my full support of the CMAB's comments on the trail sort of recommendations they're making for biking. They are just a really active sort of group of experts in our city, and I fully trust them and the thought that they put in their recommendations. So I did want that to be noted. So the main topic of tonight, and I guess the big controversy with this project is HSS and the environmental impacts they allegedly cause. Something about it, you know, it just doesn't sit right with me. I think pinning this issue as the Soaring Society versus the entire environment of Fairview Park is a gross misassessment of the situation. I view that we have far greater, higher intense uses in this park that we don't dare consider taking away. Things like concerts in the park, dogs, bikes, trains are all in high use at this park and oftentimes do cause great negative impact on the park. I've unfortunately seen it with my own eyes. And I find I have a problem with the fact that it feels like we don't debate those uses with the same anger that we are constantly putting HSS through. I've been involved in coming to meetings for over almost 5 years. I've been on the commission for almost 4 years. Before I had a baby, I used to stay at all those late night council meetings where we would go into 1 a.m. debating the Soaring Society. And over again, I have seen council vote in support of keeping them. And so I almost feel bad because I feel that HSS has compromised drastically, like only being there 2 days a month with a permit system. And to be honest, I hear fear in their voices, like they are the most motivated to be compliant and respectful because they're on the chopping block. And I don't see that with other user groups that, in my opinion, are incompatible with the fact that this could be a nature preserve, right? So like the ENC doesn't allow dogs, they don't allow bikes. It's like extremely limited because that's the intent. And so I think I really struggle with the fact that we are picking on one single group and putting all this time and energy into acting like it's the most important divisive issue related to this park, and I just don't think that. I think I would be far more compelled if the pitch was, this should be absolutely a nature preserve. And because of that, we are going to get rid of parks, we're going to get rid of dogs, we're going to get rid of bikes, we're going to fence it entirely. Like, I think then I would be much more persuaded from an argument perspective. In addition, you know, we need to weigh all the other groups, right? So the reporting agencies, council, and our constituents. And so I do feel that the implications of the communications from the reporting agency feel very vague to me, right? The nature of the recommendations, threats, violations, I don't feel that I have a full picture on them, and I find it very concerning that I feel very surprised that these reporting agencies who have gone out of their way to speak on the Harbor, Soaring Society, have not commented on all of those intense uses that I've mentioned. And I wonder if that's because it's just not the subject of the conversation, but I'm saying it should be. And so I feel like council has been pretty clear on where they stand. And then, the other entity I was going to mention was Measure AA. So I do believe that the use of glider flying was protected in Measure AA. I also think the suggestion or the plan to move the fly field is sort of inherently just killing it dead in its tracks, because even if the voters passed it, the amount of time and money, even like the construction on the east side, wouldn't that be pretty detrimental to that environment over there? And so I do feel like it's hard sometimes to weigh all of these things and all of these different community members. But, I don't take it lightly, and I really value everyone's commitment to making this the best it possibly can be for their groups that they care about. And I think it's really difficult when you're talking about the environment, because I do feel that there's like a moral superiority that gets put on caring about the environment. But I also feel that when you are in a position like this in local government, you also have to think about like the people and the uses in the community. And I don't view this as a morally inferior position to be taking. So I want to say that I do support the fly field remaining under the permitting system and the limited hours and dates that they currently have. And if we were to pursue the identity philosophy that Fairview should be best case scenario and nature preserve, then I would support going to the fullest extent, and would want us to look into all of the high impact uses that I do believe are negatively affecting the park. So I actually don't have any questions, just my thoughts. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have questions and comments, so I'll start with questions. One's a scenario. It feels very real world scenario. So let's say we, there's interest in keeping, whether it's us or city council, keeping the fly field where it is, right? So let's not even go the AA route. Let's keep it where it is. Talk us through, what are the regulatory impacts? What can we as a city council, potentially envision our future including?
Yeah, so for the wildlife agencies, they would require that the city get permits in order to continue that activity. So for instance, with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, or CDFW, they would want the city to apply for an incidental take permit. So that would require additional study, application, and with that, you would the applicant, the city, would suggest mitigation and monitoring measures that they feel would be sufficient to mitigate potential impacts for take for the listed species that are impacted by the use of the site. So that includes, the science is clear, impacts avian use of the site, whether you see it or not. It impacts wildlife in the same way, like rodenticides impact big cats. It lowers their immunity, and you don't see them getting killed by, a rodenticide being put outside someone's home, but it does eventually lower their immunity and kill them. So that's true for the birds. And so there's science and papers that are cited in CDFW's letter to the city in response to reviewing the technical reports in support of that that claim that's made about the impact to birds. Then specifically, there's impacts to Crotch's bumblebee habitat. That's a candidate species for the state listing as an endangered species. And so if the fly field needs to be mowed or maintained in some way, there would be mitigation and monitoring methods associated with that. There would have to be monitoring to make sure that there's not impacts to burrowing owl. Burrowing owl aren't there during the spring, but usually they're migrating and they might overwinter in the park in some of the low-lying vegetated areas. So they'll be in the mesa and they'll be on the east side because the city currently mows that. After applying for the permit, I guarantee that the state will come back with additional measures on top of that. So in addition to the expense from the financial side of applying for the permit, there'll be an annual cost to comply if they choose to issue the incidental take permit. They don't have to. They could decide that it's not possible to mitigate the potential impacts to those species. And that's just for the burrowing owl and the Crotch's bumblebee. Obviously, we've talked about the two fairy shrimp, the San Diego and Riverside fairy shrimp. Those are covered by the Endangered Species Act at the federal level. So in that case, you would need to also apply for permits. And there could be a consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They may want to go the Habitat Conservation Plan route, which is quite involved and is more involved and would be more expensive to prepare, but would end up having similar mitigation and monitoring methods that would obligate the city to implement if they choose to approve it. So there's no guarantee either way, but there is a duty and obligation for the city to comply with the environmental species laws. There are other agencies that have jurisdiction over the vernal pool, but I'll just leave it at that.
And I'm just ignoring the ethical obligation for a moment. There's many ethical obligations on the table. I just want to talk about the financials, just to imagine. What does it cost to, I have no idea. What does it cost for the take? What would permits cost? And then I'm also curious, what if the city, so I'm curious about those costs and what it would cost in terms of additional monitoring. What does that actually mean? And then what if the city just ignored it? Just ignored it to keep the flying field there? What does that result in for us?
Well, at this point, to answer your last question first, at this point, it's fairly well documented from the histories of studies. The most recent, speaking of the fairy shrimp survey, was done in 2017 by Glenn Lucas Associates, and then we have the updated technical reports. The one by Rob Hamilton, looking at the biological resources, which focus more specifically on those, and then my report that talks about more of the vegetated portion of the site. At this point, there's high visibility for both agencies about the issues at the park, in addition to the fact there's been a history of violations by the city. So they're quite aware, and with respect to CDFW, that was referenced in their recent email. So there's high visibility to the issue. So there's, like you said, aside from the ethical issues and it being sideways from the charge that was given with the master plan update and the previous ones to be a steward of ecological and cultural resources, certainly there could be penalties for violating takes, so they could use their enforcement authorities. I know in the past, with speaking on the federal side, that there is the violations impacts to the vernal pool, so at the city's expense, they are having to do restoration now at a large expense, and that won't be done until all of the performance standards in the plans to mitigate for those impacts are complete. So that's an ongoing obligation the city has from ignoring protecting those protected resources in the past. Now, in terms of the cost of applying for each of these permits, it could really range. I'd have to think more about it, but from past experience, I know to apply for the permit, it's not going to cost more than $100,000, but it'll probably cost more than $50,000, so somewhere in that range. Now, in terms of, we've been talking about adding additional enforcement as something that's looked at as desirable by the community and the commissioners and even staff to try to enforce some of the things that are already in place, as well as some of the things that are being discussed in the master plan. A ranger there would go a long way to help enforcing some of the measures that might be put in a state or federal permit. But on top of that, you would need to have permitted biologists do monitoring every year. So we're talking tens of thousands of dollars annually in order to comply with said permits.
Thank you for that. All right, that gives me a sense of what that looks like. I am also curious, because I want to echo what the vice chair said about the recommendation from CMABS about the trails. Mr. Dalton, can you walk us through, and it might be helpful to pull a chart up, does it prohibit, I want to understand what it looks like for the bicycle usage and whether some of the concerns that were expressed in person and over public comment, how valid that is, what it looks like, and what the kind of different ways we might be able to think about it. Really just the bike limitations.
Yes, so is my slide showing currently? So the current master plan, it actually does not allow biking on a majority of the unpaved surfaces at the park. So the city has not necessarily held ourselves to that standard of disallowing any bike, traffic on the Mesa Loop or some of the other unpaved surfaces. But so the majority of the trail, trail map features that are shown on this exhibit are copied from the original master plan and how they were coded as either primary, secondary, or multi-purpose paths. It is, something to consider, having, regular bicycles be able to use some of those unpaved surfaces. However, there's a lot of other variables at play, particularly the cultural resources site, those are more impacted by bike traffic than by foot traffic. So that was a mitigation measure in the original master plan to protect, further disturbance of the shell midden and the other resources that are present on the mesa. So if we were to convert that to allow bike traffic, it could result in more, a greater impact and more use by bicycles. But that's something to consider. The paved path that's mentioned in the CMABS letter and a couple other comments that we want to look at that with the consultant and make sure that the path along the the Fairview channel, and as well as the one connecting at Canary Drive, we will want to align those with what's in the adopted ATP plan. But use of bicycles, for the most part, bicycle access was not changed in this plan relative to the original adopted plan, even though that isn't necessarily current practice.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question I have before some comments are, so I'm just thinking about the voices that aren't able to be here or aren't represented, and one of them in some ways are their tribal partners. I know that they're represented behind the scenes, and for very important reasons, a lot of that can't be communicated. But I'm also feeling that as a sort of absence in the room. And so I'm wondering what you can share around the engagement with different tribal partners as it pertains to some of the more contested conversations that we're having around this master plan. Is that it's vague, but I think you know where I'm going. Okay.
Yes, I can address that. In terms of the tribal advisory group and some of the takeaways that aren't sensitive in nature, some of the main themes were that this site is extremely important. The members that participated in the meetings were disappointed with the city's maybe historical management of allowing unauthorized damage, looting, digging, that was more prevalent in probably the 90s and earlier 2000s. But the damage is still happening. There's still people using dirt bikes and bikes on those mounds. There are ancestral remains at this site. The site is extremely important, and really to the tribal community, they emphasized repeatedly that of cultural resource sites, this is the most important in their region and really as, in terms of all sites. So that was something that was maybe a new takeaway. We knew there was cultural resources here. We knew it was important to the tribes, but we weren't aware of how unique it was, how sensitive, and really some of the unique history that ties into the use of this specific space, how it functioned with the surrounding environment and was an optimal location to have, foraging resources, whether they be marine, hunting for seals and whales and fish in the marine environment. And if there were severe floods, then they would, be able to resort to upland resources and hunt deer and other types of, game. And so it kind of tied into that story of how they used, why this was so important to them and why it was the perfect environment to sort of set up and have a community there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just some general comments about nitpicky stuff. I do agree that there's a lot of discussion in the master plan around resource agency recommendations. And I think we're all just hungry for those details. So if you can specify them, that would be great. I think that the signage aspect in the master plan, I find too generic. And that's probably because it's a pet project of mine that I've spoken up about at Fairview Park Steering Committee meetings. And so I just want to make sure that some of the really rich conversations that have happened at those meetings that I've been at are a part of the details. And I know that this master plan can't spell everything out, but I would say that signage, it's because it's education. I think it's really important. So I think it could be worth a bit more attention there. I think it's also a way to think about public engagement in just a very obvious way. Okay, so, my overall thoughts, because I started with the questions and then provide some overall thoughts. I really appreciate all of my commissioner comments. And I think that this is where, we have to be brave and put out what we think, what we see, and make recommendations to council, who will take it from there. For me, it's about what is our vision for Fairview Park? And Commissioner Dorn Parker, I've really appreciated how you began your comments in terms of thinking about change. I will say I have 5 elements that are guiding me in terms of how I'm thinking about this. And one, I'm really compelled by uniqueness. I think that, I think one woman called in saying it was the largest vernal pool west of the Mississippi. I don't know if that's true. Is that true? I think there's something really special about Fairview Park because it has that sensitive habitat. And so I want that to be a focus for us. And that sometimes in order to achieve objectives, you have to leave some other things aside. And so for me, the value around the uniqueness and what Fairview Park offers all of us as a public space, something really important that I want to preserve. My second overall thought is I am very concerned about the regulatory impacts of keeping the Harbor Soaring Society where we're at. Based upon the details that you provided, that should be a concern for City Council. Moving them to the east side, I think, causes a whole host of other issues. And so, I heard I think I heard 3 other commissioners kind of interested, or maybe some other commissioners interested in thinking about or making recommendations to City Council that maybe it's time for Harbor Soaring Society, which offers something really valuable to our community, that they are valued as such, and that we find an appropriate place for them that isn't Fairview Park. But I do want to go on record and say that keeping Harbor Soaring Society in place is going to require a significant financial investment from the city and a significant investment over time in terms of the regulatory impacts. So let's be aware of that as we're making that recommendation, if that's what we're doing. I also, around the regulatory, and I do appreciate people sharing what they observe. I think, human observations are really important. And human observations by scientists are also really important. And as I see it, there are quite a few scientists who are recommending, based upon their expert review, that we need to make some changes in order to protect and preserve Fairview Park, and the regulatory agencies are backing that up. So I just want to go on record. I believe in this expert advice, and I want to support that. That word balance, Commissioner Kamala, I'm glad that you brought that up too, because that was something that I heard in a lot of comments. And I actually think that's a word worth thinking about. Like, what does balance actually mean? What are the different ways that we can consider that word balance? And for me, just the few that I noted, you know, there's the idea of like what it means to be in balance ecologically. What does it mean to be in balance socially? What does it mean to be in balance physically? And those are just ways for us to contemplate, like, how do we see the future of Fairview Park? And I don't have answers for you, but these are the things that I'm thinking about. Biodiversity and balance, I think, would be another interesting concept that I hope City Council wrestles with. So I guess thinking about balance within a park is one way to think about balance. Another way of thinking about balance is, what does Fairview Park bring to the balance of Costa Mesa? And then what does the balance of Costa Mesa bring to Southern California or to California? I just would like us to expand our notion of what balance means here and to actually think about it in a nuanced way. So that said, I am really, really sympathetic to people who have a lot of different uses for this park and want to use it in various ways. I struggle with this, so this is not, you know, super easy and clear cut. You know, I will admit that concerts in the park brings a lot of people to a space to learn about how cool Fairview Park is, you know? So I struggle with that, right? What do? Do you cut concerts in the park out? I don't know. I do think, though, that making decisions about one aspect of use doesn't necessarily entail us making decisions about all use, and that's something that can come over time as things change. I'm also really wrestling with open space and what we need, you know, and so as I think about, there's a lot of conversations going on around housing and high density housing and what do people need who live in high density housing. And as somebody who lives in an area of Costa Mesa where, you know, it's congested, having open space is really important. This isn't an answer on Harbor Soaring Society or not. And actually that's where I want to kind of get out of that argument that guides a lot of the conversation tonight, just to think about what do we want and need with open space. I haven't lived in Costa Mesa my whole life. I've been here about 12 years. And I will say that there's something unique and special about Fairview Park that I was able to see as somebody who spent a lot of time up in the woods of Northern California. And I would support doing whatever it takes to move the park in a space where we are protecting species. And I guess that leads me to my last point that I want to make in terms of voices. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, at least as, I mean, perhaps we've had tribal partners come and provide public comment. I don't know. But I also feel the need to speak for those who can't speak. And, you know, human species can, for the most part, speak. At least we've had some representation. I do want to just acknowledge, though, that, you know, there are a lot of species who cannot come into this council chamber. And the scientists are speaking for them. I do want to speak for them as well. And that balance matters too. So I think we're at the point where if we have final recommendations, we can make final recommendations, but we are not, as I understand it, you know, approving this, but making recommendations.
If I can follow up with you.
Yeah, Commissioner.
One of the things I keep hearing is, oh my gosh, AA. I was around, it was quite a collaboration of a lot of people in the community. I always say the theme of AA and Measure Y was the enemy of your enemy is your friend. And it became a crisis because the city leaders wanted to mow it all down and put in very active, light-filled. So one of the things that happened, though, which is one of the things that Kelly said and has been said, there wasn't a lot of long-term thinking about what it was excluding. So I want the city council to go and really think about putting a ballot measure that corrects this. We right now cannot build an interpretive center. We cannot put shade up. We cannot put so many items that now, with a warming climate, with the way we're using the park, the way we're protecting the park, cannot be done. So even though everyone is really afraid, but that's a very brave, courageous step we must take and involve everyone who carefully crafted AA because they were worried about its long-term abuse, but also with where we are. But I think that's a long-term recommendation is we need to put something on the ballot, to bring it before the voters so that they understand what is possible. Because right now, nothing that we are imagining to protect and educate is now possible with the way it was written. So this is nothing to do with master plan. It might be an addendum to really bring this together in the next year or two, because I see that as a critical need to finish the planning as I see it, to be able to have an interpretive center, shade, to really think how do we live and protect and enjoy the open space, because we know I've been one where they wanted to close down Yosemite from any human beings because we were destroying it. But without my children and us walking in those hollowed, beautiful landscape and understanding and being ranger talks, we didn't understand what we had to protect. And I think Fairview Park is the same way. So that I'm going to end with that, as you brought this up, is that it's the time to stand up and talk about the things that everyone's afraid to talk about a little bit. And to me is we need to fix long-term what AA couldn't do.
Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Ledger.
I just wanted to say I really support the draft we were given. I read through it and I didn't find anything wrong with it. So.
Thank you. Okay. Before I adjourn, I just want to make a few notes about process, because that's my jam. I feel like there was a really strong, I learned a lot going through this, and as a former liaison to the Fairview Park Steering Committee, I learned a lot in those meetings, so thank you all. It was very educational. I think that there's been some really strong public engagement around this, and I think in some ways it's a model. I think in some ways it could have been a little bit better. And so one thing I would say, just on a technical point, I would have preferred that the Fairview Park Steering Committee had actually been able to formally weigh in on the master plan. Just as a point, I think that's important. Ideally, PACS would have been consulted about this sooner. This was a lot to digest, just as the material in and of itself was a lot to digest. It was a lot to digest in terms of public comment. I did my best to get out and talk to people who I knew were invested in this, but there's really, more time would be better for something like this. So we're your Parks Commission, include us sooner, include us similar, like the Fairview Park Steering Committee was involved. That's public engagement, right? And then it gives us all an opportunity to learn from one another. Because really the time for public comment for me, I don't like to feel rushed, and I will admit I felt rushed. The matrix that you all gave us tonight, really helpful. This is the kind of thing that would have been helpful to have a week ago. Or longer, but in the agenda. I felt like a lot of the things that I was learning about the process, I actually learned about a blog online, via a blog or two online, or people told me about. But this matrix is one of those really valuable documents. This would have been really, really helpful to have. And then the last thing, and I know that this is really hard, but a cheater sheet. Because this is a really big document. I don't need a cheater sheet. That's my job to read it through. But what if English wasn't my primary language or my first language? Or what if I just don't really care about this, or I care enough to do some of it? Because what I think we get is some extremes, and I'm wondering how we can find more people in the middle, how to do, Mr. Dalton, as you're saying, that public outreach at the park. How do you have a 2-pager or something like that then people can learn about it through a document and engage, ask them for something? I think that kind of outreach would be really helpful to have. So thank you all so much for all of this. And thank you to those of you who stuck it to the end, really appreciate you.
Wait, Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm so
Just
sorry,
for
Director.
clarification, so there's no recommendations, there's no changes, or like formally?
I think there's a variety of changes formally, and I think that there's a lot of comments that we made in terms of like concern around, I mean, there's a lot, actually, so.
But I don't know if we're going to make a motion per se. We'll just do a memo to council summarizing that.
Would you like us to go through some of the high-level changes now?
That is what's needed if it's going to be on behalf of the commission. It has to be acted on and voted on.
So
It's an actual item, so we would have to have some type of direction.
So,
or even if the direction is no direction, but.
So do either of you have your note? Because like I know one of the consistent was the bicycle pathways, working with, the committee, signage, detail, a little bit more detail in appendixes. But as far as changes or updates to the plan, ADA, I heard from Commissioner Wright to emphasize more detail on what you mean on that. Do you have let me go look at my notes.
Greater detail or support for, I'm assuming the rangers are a part of the maintenance plan, but there needs to be more articulation around that in terms of ranger support.
And security measures, the details for security along pathways and things that were not in there, more details on that, whether it's in the plan or more of addendum of clarification of what you were talking about. What else were they?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Dalton.
Yeah, so in terms of the intent of the matrix, is that there would be another column of recommendations from the commission going in line with either agree with the committee or revise or potentially come up with something new, with the understanding that there is a public draft currently out for review right now. Substantial major changes are going to entail major costs and things like that. So we have a very limited budget because we've expended quite a bit of additional effort on the outreach task for this contract. Just for full transparency, we have limited capacity to take on major changes, but if the commission feels it would like to make any recommendations, those could be added to, the bottom of that list and the matrix provided. So there could be, for example, the ATP issues, that could be a new recommendation. Ensure the updated plan accounts for ATP elements in the city's adopted active transportation plan or something of that nature.
Or could that be under number 1, where provide clearly defined trails and establish a designated trail system for the park, including bike use, type of bike use, and coordination with active transportation?
Absolutely, yeah.
So that way it's not a new one, but it's just an added piece of that. Is that what I'm hearing would be much more?
Yes.
That would be better, okay. So, and under 9, Madam Chair, is provide improved and updated signage. Did you want to add like what the details you're looking for?
I mean, to make it general, you can say drawing upon conversations had at the Fairview Park Steering Committee, because we had some in-depth conversations around signage at a committee meeting maybe a year and a half ago.
I think at the steering committee, we kind of discussed this matrix a bit, and then we said, like today, how do we align with some of just these line items to make it easier and more streamlined as opposed to, reinventing it. So for me, at least, looking at it, going through, I think one of the modifications they put on the list was the park name modification and the native pollinator area. And those were two things that stuck out to me that I felt would be beneficial.
What, the other one that we didn't talk about that actually was proposed was to add a stair, what is it, at the south? Or is it the south end of the bluff? And then also add in the ability for the bicycles, you know what I mean, to have that capacity for stairs and for bikes to get up and down, but to add another access, which is, it could be with a couple of these.
Yes, that could certainly be added to the trails plan
Right.
in that first comment.
Yeah.
Just for reference, that the 2008 plan actually does show a switchback there. So there was originally a planned trail to go up that slope, but after further evaluation and investigation, a staircase is more likely the viable
Yeah, as
way.
we're restoring that bluff that's crumbling, I can't imagine a switchback would be reliable and available and wouldn't need a lot of oversight maintenance and wouldn't
Correct.
have decay.
Correct. It's simply too steep.
So it's a better definition of how to have the access. Okay. And you said the name, to consider the name change. Is that correct?
Commissioner Kamala.
Kamala. It's the name change, right? Okay. And what else? And you said something else.
It was the name change and then the native pollinator. I think it was number 24 on that list. Just because thinking, as we've done the restoration there, as we've added a lot of the native plants, it's just made such huge impact. Even just walking, if you guys have seen the signs next to the plants and the trees, it's a fun little walk and educational moment for kids. So at least I think it is. Maybe my kids don't. I don't know.
The only thing I don't see on here is the safety component. And just as a woman who likes to walk at sunset, I just am very sensitive to the aspect, and because the park, has great vegetation and lots of movement. So I don't see anything on there to address additional safety without staff, which is what you had been talking about. I don't see it on here.
Are we talking about the number 14, the bluff recommendation?
Well, that's the stabilization. The only question, which I know it shouldn't be in the plan, is we do have a time, for that investment from the state, from now Congressman Min, but State Senator Min. But no, I was talking about more, asking more overall security without the ability to hire enough ranger and personnel is not available, and I don't see that as any availability. So the question for me to add to there is, how do you increase personal safety security using technology and equipment that doesn't violate AA but maintains the safety and the oversight? Because you can also use that, I'm just thinking, to ensure if we're banning e-bikes, especially 2s and 3s, and we're banning, we're trying to keep an eye on activity and dogs off leash and all that good stuff. But mostly it's for people's safety and security.
I might suggest recommendation 16 as part of the maintenance operations and management plan.
Okay.
That we could amend that and include language regarding public safety features such as surveillance cameras and other methods to improve public safety and park oversight, something like that.
Can we add enforcement to that phrase as well?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that'd be suitable.
Yeah, because it's maintenance operations management. So including these, but that would be, I think that'd be a good spot.
I'd kind of like to echo Commissioner Dorn Parker's idea about recommending that council consider an alternative ballot measure, more so maybe under the lines of like, the commission has voiced concern in implications of running into Measure AA. We feel that many suggestions are in alignment with what's best for the park, and we would recommend that council consider an alternative ballot measure.
Yeah.
Language like that, I think, would
To fully implement all aspects, because there's so much of interpretive center, there's a lot of aspects to this plan and this roadmap that cannot be implemented given the interpretation of AA and given the reality of AA's limitations. Yeah. They don't have to put it on in 2026, but they begin the process of the evaluation of what is missing, what can't happen. Yeah.
So if I'm hearing it correctly, is that a new recommendation?
That would be number 26.
Let's do it.
That'd be number 26. I'm like, where am I on this? Yeah. Yes. I like, and how Vice Chair Wright worded it is a good way.
If it's a commission recommendation, yes. I will defer to the chair and the director, but this could go one of two ways. We could have more general feedback, which I'm gearing this type of format, or we could go the more formal adopted recommendations like we did with the committee. That was the intent of having the matrix, and the additional column would be added for the commission's recommendations. So just to be clear, I want to make sure that we do capture everything, but I don't want to miss any potential recommendations that the commission wants to make a formal vote and action on.
I can't remember where it's in here, but isn't it in here, one of the parts of the plan is an interpretive center? And there's certain items in here that's part of the plan that cannot go forward without an updated ballot measure.
Yes, 21, provide for the incorporation of a central interpretive area. That is probably one of the very few that would not meet one of the exemption criteria. That would require either a vote or an amended AA.
Correct. So that might be the area, and including in some of this was also to have ADA compliant, seating, shading, structures could be in there, incorporation of central interpretive area, including, I'm hearing from people in the know who know a lot, and we could have a fight on our hands, is there's quite a bit that's very limiting in AA. I mean, I remember there was one interpretation we couldn't even put bike racks because it involved concrete. So that to me, yeah, but so if you take 21 and all the other structural aspects, that would take the council, to move forward with that, we'll take a review of the potential of an updated ballot measure.
One second. Director Gruner, do you want to weigh in here? I see your mic on.
How would you phrase that?
Well, I think just getting back to this matrix, I think we should probably just start from the top and just kind of go through each one, all 25 or 26 of them now. And then we can have, if there's no changes, then we can just leave it as is. And then if there are changes, we can just take the notes on the side. And that way, at least we can take a vote at the end. And I think that will kind of speed things up, right? Because I kind of feel like we're kind of going all over the place a little bit. So.
Okay. Would you like to go through, or actually?
Because we've been going through them as the last few minutes. So I would say, right?
But we haven't.
Let's start with number one.
Starting with number one, yeah.
Okay.
So number one, we wanted to have this updated so that it was compatible with the bike plan.
Yes, we will include language to address ATP elements. Is that
Can you make that a little bigger on the screen? Oh, no, I have it here, but I'm just watching the audience squint. So I'm looking just to make, like, move towards the 100%. It means you'd have less, but that way you could see it a little better. I can see it fine here, but I'm not. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks to the public for hanging in. This is why it would have been really helpful to have this document earlier.
Okay.
Number 2, I don't think we discussed any. I'm gonna go through and you can stop me if I, Number 3, I think we don't have any changes. Number 4, the boardwalk, we're okay with. Number 5, as is.
As is.
Number 2, as is.
2, as is. 3, as is. 4,
As is.
as is, okay. 5, as is. 6, our recommendation here. Commissioner Dorn Parker.
We have to relocate. We have to relocate the fly activity.
How about we go one by one? Okay. So Commissioner Dorn Parker, relocate.
As is, relocate. Relocate, whether it's at Fairview or another facility or park. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Kamala. For number 6.
I'm gonna say keep it there.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Ledger.
Relocate.
Vice Chair Wright.
I support them remaining where they are.
Okay, I would say relocate.
Can we just note 3-2 in the recommendation? Would that be fine?
Yeah. 3 as is and 2 retain. Yeah.
Majority was.
Number 7, I think we, as is. 8, growing space as is.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
my apologies for recommendation 6. I want to make sure as is, as in confirming the committee's recommendation, not as is as in the location of the, okay.
Right.
And you have the.
Yeah, so it's
count.
3 who support the relocation and 2 who would like to leave the fly activity at Fairview Park.
But I'd also like the 3 to relocate to include exploring outside Fairview Park. Yeah.
That needs to be noted.
Yeah.
Because I agree. A more general relocation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Dorn Parker. Number 9, we would like to revise that so that this is a more robust plan for signage. That I will just say some of the comments that were made at a previous Fairview Park Steering Committee were around signage in multiple languages with different perspectives, talking about the complexities of the cultural, historical kind of background of Fairview Park. And that's, there's more that was said in that Fairview Park Steering Committee, but.
Sorry.
So can we add with some things along the lines of like with our recommendation is emphasis on multi-language,
I'll take
accessibility of the signage, and then I had mentioned like for all ages as well.
The multi.
In a diversity of perspectives, I want to make sure that our partners are involved in telling the story as well, including our tribal partners.
Diversity of cultural perspective, is that it?
Yeah.
Appropriate? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, that point is kind of in point 11, if you want to read that one, because. And 10.
That's in there but also you're.
But I mean, that's not a bad thing to say twice, so it's fine.
Well, also, but Vice Chair, right, you had also talked about different abilities to access the signs, different languages. I don't know, Braille, you know.
Yeah, I was thinking along those lines too.
Yeah.
But he's got that. He got that one down.
We got that. Okay.
Okay, number 9, we're good?
Yes.
Okay. Number 10, I think as is. 11, as is. 12, as is. 13, I think it's as is.
Yep.
14, as is.
Yep.
15, as is.
Yep.
16, this is where we want to broaden the scope so that we're addressing safety and what was the other word?
Enforcement.
Safety and enforcement. Thank you.
Public safety. You like that one?
Is this correct on the screen? Address public safety and enforcement within the O&M plan?
Maybe something like with adequate resources for park rangers.
Enforcement.
Staffing resources.
Technology with technology and personnel when available. I don't know how to put that. Adequate staffing resources and technology.
And/or technology.
And/or technology.
I mean, yeah, but we don't want drones in the park.
Right.
I just want to make sure technology doesn't equal drones. And oftentimes, so, yeah.
Yeah, we could
Actually,
amend that.
though, our rangers do use drones right now.
We do
Yeah, they do
utilize them.
use.
It's,
With facial
it's-
recognition software?
no.
No.
Okay.
We use it to identify encampment areas, and it's actually a preferred method by the agencies to minimize
Okay.
physical foot traffic into there. It's much more quick, safer, and efficient. But it's with trained pilots and with oversight from biologists. And
Okay, all right.
They said actually that's how they've picked up some very small fires, was with the drones. Yeah.
16, we're done. 17, as is. 18, as is. You know what? I would actually like to edit that to say an invitation to participate in public-facing communications, telling the history around the park. That's where I'd like to duplicate that point.
public facing, sorry, what was it presentation? Or just communications?
Communications around, telling the history of past, present, and future of Fairview Park.
Historical storytelling, is that? Okay.
Sure. Uh, 20 as is.
Yeah.
Did you say 19 yet?
Oh, did I skip 19? I'm so sorry. 19 as is? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. 20 as is.
21.
21.
Here we go. Recommend recommend reviewing the potential for a ballot measure to ensure opportunity for interpretive centers, ADA benches, this is all about, that this can't happen without a change
I was
in Measure
thinking
8.
that could just be its own new bullet point. What do you think about that? Rather than pinned off of the interpretive center.
So I think that's be fine to add a 26 and talk about parts of and name a couple parts of the master plan cannot be implemented without a review by the city council to update what did you say, to evaluate the ability of city council to update ballot measure AA or something to that effect. So I think it's number 26, because I think you can pull out, there's a couple other things about shade and ADA and, some of the signage probably can't happen without.
Something like.
Can I just speak on that, please?
Let's do this. Vice Chair Wright, were you done with that comment? Okay. All right. Commissioner Ledger.
So the community fought really hard for AA, and the point of it is to have a say on changes like this. And so to do a ballot measure to change AA just goes against AA. I'm sorry, it's really bothering me.
So I look at it from a different perspective. AA was put in for a limitation with the option of, if the community sees changes that are needed, that it gives the community the opportunity to vote on those changes. Yes. So I believe parts of this that we like and we think is really important to implement this plan would violate AA. So I'm suggesting the city council defines if this is important enough to put before the voters to make those changes to the Fairview Park.
Oh, so not change the wording of AA?
No. What they do is, okay. I'm sorry, was it diagram? Yeah, no, this, AA puts it in there that if you have any changes, you have to go back to the voters.
Yes, and that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
One thing I might suggest, since that proposal is nowhere near, we don't have funding committed, it's really a future idea. There's nothing tied to it. It would be something that, that could be done at a later time to actually reopen AA or amend it when there is that backing from the community, from the council, and when there's funding. It might be sort of premature because the plan adoption does not require an AA review. It's the construction of said facilities. So if we're not anywhere near that, it might be an early sort of discussion that could distract from the rest of this entire plan, which is already quite dense.
I take the point. I absolutely do. This is our opportunity to weigh in. Yeah. So I think we get it on the record, and then I think you're probably absolutely right. This is something we cross that bridge far down the road. But I think including it is important.
I really understand we can't go off the rail, so to speak, or over the cliff over this. However, there are certain parts of this plan we have to. I always say you need to start early to understand the impact and what you might have to be doing. It's kind of like our decision to recommend to set aside at CIP $250,000 to begin they kept saying needs to have happen on the west side. If you don't start the plan and make an understanding of what can or cannot happen, then nothing ever happens. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Darn Parker, so Kelly, Mr. Dalton was writing to request City Council to consider update to Measure A or replacement. You're talking about a new ballot measure to approve these things, that recommendation.
To fully implement the master plan.
To fully, okay.
That's a good language, to fully implement master plan.
I just wanted to get that clarification for Mr. Dalton.
Thank you.
Sorry, no. We weren't saying this right.
Yeah. Okay to move on?
Okay.
Wait.
Could we restart item 26 or recommendation 26? Because I think.
Commissioner Dorn Parker, do you want to weigh in on 26? We're restarting the language, the verbiage around that.
Update to measure. Okay, well, it's not really an update to consider. It's really consider the impact of the plan as it relates to AA and the possibility that a ballot measure to allow the city to fully implement the master plan may be considered, may need to be considered.
of a replacement measure?
It's not really a replacement measure, but of a vote. And how do we put this? Because it's a vote to allow these structures to be built, because that's what Measure AA said. If you make any of these changes, you have to go before the voters, and they have to agree this is what they want.
May need. Does this, as shown on the screen, does that capture it, or?
Yeah, may need a public vote. Is consider the impact of Measure A and the possibility that elements of master plan update may need a public vote. Because does that clarify for you and both? Okay.
Do we need to vote on that?
I think we'll do the vote at the very end of all of them. We'll go back up to 21.
21?
Yep.
So I think we can say as is, right?
Yep.
22 as is, 23 as is, 24 as is, 25 as is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 20.
And then 26.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
Okay. I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Ledger, are you making a motion?
I'm trying to make a motion, but so I make a motion to submit this as is. Is that how we would say it? What? With the recommendations of the commission.
Oops. I clicked made motion, so I'll make the motion. Go ahead and, do you want to second it? Oh, you took it off. Okay, good. Okay.
You may vote on your dais. Motion carries 5-0.
Do you need anything else?
All right. Thanks all. Thanks for sticking around. I officially adjourn the meeting at 10:06 p.m. Thanks again, everyone.